Audio check, check, check. as yesterday, 13. One new car. We gained one car, lost one car. But hey, 13, that's 3 more than we had last year. And the midgets, first time we've had more than 9 in about 3 years. We got 10. And like I say, with the vintage, we don't have quantity, but we've got quality. Yeah.
today. Green flag for Stewart. Dwarf car champion and a 3-time Saratoga Speedway bomber champion. That's also raced sprint cars and midgets. Again, the track record's a 14.164. He did it! The first lap is a new track record. Stuart Lee, a 14.145. Can he go faster? Can he get into the 13s? Stuart Lee, 14.185. So a 14.145. So Stuart Lee, the first car to qualify with the new track record. How about that for a way to kick off the afternoon? Well, yesterday this car was driven by Langley's Elliott Klug. He couldn't be with us here today. Behind the wheel, you heard us chat with him last night as he was watching the proceedings. This is the veteran driver from Chilliwack, Murray Jones. Murray Jones in Elliott Klug's number 7 car here today. Just put a fresh battery in the car moments ago. 14.828. Murray Jones has raced and won in every class of car to ever race at Agassiz except a late model stock car. How about that for a statistic? We got to get him in a late model one day. Second lap is a 14.820. So 14.828, 14.820 for Murray Jones.
That's too bad. I was hoping that 24 hours later it would have sorted itself out.
On the track now, the number 47 car. Just his second weekend here at Agassiz. From Surrey, it's Darrell Hyland. Darrell Hyland in the number 47 car. Nice to have him back here with us. First year dwarf car driver. First lap for Darrell is a 15.312, 15.312. Darrell Hyland, the multicolored 47 machine. Dwarf cars, 1,200, 1,250 cc motorcycle engines, Yamahas, Hondas, Suzuki's. Cars weigh about 1,000, 1,200 pounds. Replicas of 1928 to 1948 coupes and sedans. They're about 5/8 the size of those back in the day. 15.194. Second lap quicker for Highland. Up next, the number 11 car, making his first visit to Agassiz Speedway yesterday. The second-year dwarf car driver from Nanaimo, British Columbia, Canada. It's Brandon Mason. Brandon Mason from Nanaimo. He's a big Nanaimo Clipper fan. He just hopes he gets to watch them play some real hockey games this winter, as we all hope we get to see, whether it's the BC Junior Hockey League, the Western Hockey League, NHL. If they get started again for next season, it'll be December or January. We can only hope, folks, that things get back to somewhat normal sometime soon. Brandon Mason. Check 1, 2. Check 1. Check 1, 2. Check 1, 2. Check 1, 2. Check 1, 2, 3. Can you guys hear me out there? Can you hear me? Okay, we are experiencing technical difficulties. We are trying to work our way through them. Can you hear me now? Check 1, 2. But it's not as loud as it should be. Check 1, 2, 3. Check 1, 2. Check 1, 2, 3. Rick, can you hear me now? Brady, can you hear me now? It's the speakers that aren't working? Okay, so we're probably blowing the people away over there in turn 4. You guys down in turn 4, are we way loud? You guys down in turn 4, are we way loud down there? Or can you hear us? Wave to us down in turn 4, ladies. Allie, can you hear us? Wave if you can hear us. Wave if it's the right volume. Wave if we should turn it louder. Okay, we need it louder. So yeah, we're technical difficulties. Please stand by. Check 1, 2, 3. Test 1, 2. Check 1, 2. Hey Rick, can you hear me? Rick Rogers, can you hear me? Barely, barely. Okay, I'll try the other mic. Is this one any better? No. We're going on fumes. But they can hear us fine apparently on the live stream, except we're blowing their eardrums out. Because we got the volume levels at like 90, right? So you know how that goes when you're at home, right? And certain YouTube channels are a different volume than. And our tech guy up here, James, he's turned us down, so we're not blowing them away now, James. Anyway, folks, bear with us.
Attention door drivers, your lineup.
Oh yeah, so now they're on the pit microphone to drown me out even more. Sure, why not? right, race fans, again, we apologize to those of you here in attendance and for not being able to hear us. We apologize to those of you watching online if we are blowing out your eardrums. Anyway, qualifying just completed for the dwarf cars, and for the second day in a row, we have a new Agassiz Speedway dwarf car track record. We'll break it down for you. Going into the weekend, it was Rick Taylor at a 14.263, that mark that he set 10 years ago. And then yesterday, Mike Ruddy set a new mark at a 14.164. Today, one driver and one driver only broke Ruddy's record from yesterday. Fellow Vancouver Island resident Stuart Lee out of Campbell River raced here for the first time ever here yesterday. And we knew he would be one of the guys to watch as a two-time Island Dwarf Car champ and a three-time Saratoga Speedway Bomber champion. Today, Stuart Lee turns a 14.145, and that will stand most likely for the next year unless we bring these guys back earlier next season. Stuart Lee, the 29-year-old from Campbell River, is our new Agassiz Speedway dwarf car track record holder. I can hear them cheering up in the beautiful resort community of Campbell River right now, where they're out probably fishing for some king salmon. As we said, we knew he would be strong here, even though he'd never raced here before. Two-time Island Dwarf Car champion, three-time Saratoga Bomber champ. He's raced Will Rock sprint cars. Last year he raced on the dirt down in Washington and Oregon with the Northwest Focus Midget Series. So Stuart Lee, your new track record holder, at a 14.145. Danny Carslake, who had to work yesterday and couldn't be with us here, comes down from Kelowna and turns a second fastest lap today at a 14.181. That's under the old track record going into yesterday. So Carslake second quick at a 14.181. Mike Ruddy held the track record for 24 hours. His lap time a little slower, just 3/100 slower than his lap time of yesterday. Ruddy turns a 14.190. Brad Struck fourth quick at a 14.245, and Rick Taylor fifth at a 14.398. Just like yesterday, 13 dwarf cars in attendance. Unfortunately, we lost the 9 car of Tyler Peters with engine problems, but as we said, we gained the number 61 of Carslake. Second fastest for Danny Carslake, for the man that ran second to Kyle Kennedy here last year on Saturday night.
Everybody please, bring your trust shows. Maybe we can make it work. Let's just say 10 more hours or so. Folks, we appreciate your patience. And let's just say Jason here has been here for a while, Ross Edwards. It's been here for a while. You know what? It hasn't really been broken in the past, so there's no real need to do a lot of fixing, but all good things are coming to an end, so you might say we might be a little bit more on time, but we'll keep our fingers crossed for the rest of the day. James, thank you. Thank you. We're okay on the line too. Volume level. Sean Holberg, you can tell us if we're too loud or
Not loud enough. Again, we've got people watching already here this afternoon from all over British Columbia, Washington, Oregon, Texas. Tonight. Granville's watching from Mexico. Sean O'Rourke, Sean of the Racing Podcast, Everett, Washington, our good friend Brandon Hamilton. Down in Everett as well, North Sound Racing. Historian statistics coming out of the Union, Brandon, below you to you. And yes, I definitely missed our Clay Cup lunch this year as well. So again, our apologies for the technical problems. We hope that it all works out as we said through the rest of the afternoon and the evening. As we welcome you back to Agassiz Speedway for this day number 2, 4th annual Federated Senior Open Wheel Classic. If you're tuning in from far and away and you've never seen us live before, seen Agassiz Speedway, we are about an hour and a half east of Vancouver. We just went south for a moment. About an hour and a half east of Vancouver, BC. About 45 minutes or so from the BC-Washington State border. And it's warm today, not overly hot, and there is smoke in the air from the Washington, Oregon, California forest fires. It is noticeable, but not terrible. But as we touched on earlier, the further west you go towards Abbotsford, Surrey, Vancouver, apparently the worse it gets. And as we said yesterday, to all of our great friends down in the USA, wherever you happen to be tuning in from, we hope you're safe. We hope that the fires are not near your house or your business. And our thoughts and prayers are with all of you. Of course, we say hello to all of our friends over on Vancouver Island, the Okanagan, the Lower Mainland, friends and family of snowboard racers that could not travel here to be with us. We're happy to provide you with this broadcast. We know it's not ESPN or TSA, but James and all of us are doing our best, and there's no charge to watch it.
We'll be doing the national anthem first, guys, just let you know, and then we can get buckled up.
Race fans, the 4th annual Federated Senior Open Wheel Classic is brought to you by Brian's Auto Glass in Abbotsford, 3273 South Fraser Way. in Abbotsford. Thank you, Ryan. Thank you, Troy. By Leslie McKellar up in Peachland, British Columbia. Leslie, thank you so much for your generosity. Both Brian Globe and Leslie McKellar donating $500 each out of their own pockets. Thank you so much. Tron Fabrication, Paul Tron, and Langley, the Willison family in Surrey. Thank you. Sean Holbert, John of the Good Racing Podcast, Everett Washington, Patty Bennett with all of our trophies, Chris Timer with our Winner's Circle sign, RT Motorsports, thank you, Chris. Finish Line Photos, donating $100 to 5th place in the Vintage Racers last night, another $100 tonight to a to-be-announced finishing position. Vancouver Giants Hockey. They've been with us since day one of the Fred Rannard Senior Open Wheel Classic. And of course, our great friends, Shane Harding at Harding Motorsports Supply in Langley, Barry Martinez and Kelsey Carpenter and everyone at Speed Mart in Burlington, Washington, Joe Constance and Brent Anderson and all of our friends at Joe's Racing Products in Everett, Washington, all proud sponsors of this, the 2024th annual Fred Rannard Senior Open Wheel Classic. And our regular Agassiz Speedway sponsors, 89.5 The Drive, Merton GM, Harrison Agassiz Chamber of Commerce, Aggressive Towing and Jack's Towing, Gardner GM in Hope, Finish Line Traffic Markings, RockAuto.com, Bolt-On Speed Parts, Jiffy Lube, and Chilliwack Instaglass, Everclear Metal Recycling and Mission, Vernon Propane, Agassiz Ready Mix, Armstrong Sand and Gravel, Timbro Contracting, and Brady and Rick Rogers. Gentlemen, thank you again for helping us get in touch with Mainland Construction Materials in Langley and Winvan Paving in New Westminster for doing the great paving work around the Agassiz Speedway this off-season. All of the materials and manpower was donated. It would have cost us about $25,000. Thank you, guys. And all the other sponsors you see around the track and on the cars, we thank them for their continued support. And again, same scenario, same situation as yesterday. We will have heat races, 10-lap heat races coming up. And then the main event for the dwarf cars will be 35 laps today. And then, as we said, later on tonight, Vintage Racers and the Mighty Midgets. Again, we say hello to all of you wherever and however you're tuning in to the big broadcast. Laptop, iPad, phone, maybe you got us hooked up to the big screen TV. And again, National Anthem's opening ceremony is coming up in a matter of moments, and we'll get heat race number 1 onto the racetrack. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, and welcome back to Agassiz Speedway for this day number 2 of the 4th annual Fred Rannard Senior Open Wheel Classic. Once again today, our afternoon session features dwarf cars, and tonight it's the Vintage Racers and the Midgets. And after a great day of racing yesterday, we look forward to more of the same today and tonight. But first, as always, we ask you all to please rise, remove your hats, and join our good friend Dave Balquell in the singing of both the Star Spangled Banner and O Canada. Dave?
Thank you, Fred. Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave? O Canada, our home and native land, true patriot love, in all thy sons command, with glowing hearts we see thee rise, the true North strong and free. From far and wide, O Canada, we stand on guard for thee. God keep our land glorious and free. O Canada, we stand on guard for thee. O Canada, we stand on guard for thee.
Dave Balkwell for the third time in about 24 hours with both the Star Spangled Banner and O Canada. He'll get the vocal cords wound up again one more time and do it again later on tonight, somewhere probably around 7:30 for our evening session. Dave, great to have you back here with us. And again, we do apologize for the technical problems with the PA system. Dave, what a great day and night of racing yesterday, wasn't it?
It was amazing. The guys put on a real good show. There was some real tight battles, and especially in the open wheel roadster division, with Tyson being chased the whole race but not giving an inch. Good clean racing, no contact, just good for the fans.
And we look forward to more of the same today?
I think so. Can he do 4 straight or 5 with the trophy dash last night? So I'll be looking forward to watching that, that's for sure.
You know, and amidst this, as we said, this weird and wacky world we're living in right now, we actually have more cars than we had last year in both the dwarf cars and the midgets. And, you know, we talked about the vintage racers. We don't have the quantity, we know, because a lot of the cars and drivers are down in Washington, Oregon, and Idaho. And a lot of the Canadian guys can't get the parts they need from down south. But we didn't have the quantity, but man, we sure had the quality of cars, don't we?
We did, and it's just great to see. I know, like we say, we're all addicted. We can't stay home from the track, and there's a good variety of styles of car out there, so that makes it real interesting too.
Thanks, Dave. We'll see you back here, as we say, around 7:30 later on tonight.
All right, I'll have a nap between now and then.
Dave Balkwell, one of our many great friends who go back to the Langley Speedway days. So again, we're going to have 4 10-lap heat races coming your way in just a little bit right here at the Speedway. Again, if you did just join us, the 10-year-old track record, Rick Taylor, broken yesterday by Mike Rutty, and he holds that track record for a mere 24 hours before Campbell Rivers. Stuart Lee breaks it today at a 14:145. Some great qualifying times here today. Again, with the cooler, cloudier, smoky conditions, we had 3 drivers all turning 14:1s, all under the old track record going into yesterday. Again, Stuart Lee, 14:145, Danny Carslake, a 14:181, and Mike Ruddy, a 14:190. Day number 2, the 4th annual Fred Rannard Senior Open Wheel Classic, and heat race number 1 is coming at you. We'll start the introductions right now. On the pole, the 47 car from Surrey, Daryl Highland. To his outside, the number 11 from Nanaimo, big Clippers fan, Brandon Mason. Car number 7, Rob, filling in for Elliott Klug. It's Murray Jones in the number 7 car today. The veteran Murray Jones, car number 7, out of Chilliwack. The number 16 of Black Creek, British Columbia, Canada. Nice to have him back after breaking the rear axle yesterday. That's Dan Scott in the 16, 3rd in Island Dwarf car points 1 year ago. The number 21 is Joel Brooks out of Victoria, 2nd-time visitor here. And he wants to give a big shout out to John Meisner back at Victoria. John, we wish you were here. But Joel thanks you for your support. And car number 51 out of Kelowna, that is Scott Drake. 6 cars for 10 laps. Pitter patter, let's get at her. On a Saturday afternoon here in the East Fraser Valley, just like that, Murray Jones takes the lead. And Elliot, we say hello to you. We know you're watching from home, sorry you can't be here with us. Your car is up front, hooked up in Holiday around the tight quarter-mile bull ring. Here, as I said, about an hour and a half east of Vancouver, uphill on the backstretch. And then downhill, very noticeably, on the front straightaway. Trouble over in turns 3, 4, the 16 of Dan Scott. Tried to pass in the grass, didn't quite work. Like it did for Brandon Carlson in the Canada 200. Around bumping and banging around Daryl Midgley for that big win last Sunday night. Murray Jones, just like we'll do at the hotel in the morning, folks. He slapped the keys on the counter at the front desk. He has checked out. Murray Jones, look at him go. Running second, it is the 21 car of Joel Brooks. As we got a yellow flag, spin on the back straightaway. We are under caution for the number 11 of Brandon Mason. So yellow flag after 3 of 10 in this one. So Mason gets going again, his second race at Agassiz Speedway, the second-year dwarf car driver out of Nanaimo. His pit crew, like a number of these dwarf car drivers, his pit crew is himself. Me, myself, I got 3 people here on the crew, me, myself, and I. It's just the way these dwarf car guys roll. If they do have a crew, it's a small one. So it's Murray Jones, Joel Brooks, Scott Drake, Highland, Scott, and Mason. Murray Jones, he is the captain of the ship, the leader of the pack. Heck, he's the guy out front. He hits that go pedal, and we are racing again here at Agassiz Speedway. The dwarf cars from the Island Dwarf Car Club, the Okanagan Dwarf Car Association, and a couple of lower mainlanders as well. And it is one of those lower mainland drivers, the veteran Murray Jones, setting a torrid, I say, pace in that 7 car. Murray out of Chilliwack. We talked about it earlier during qualifying when you could hear us. He has raced and won in every class of car here at Agassiz Speedway except a late model stock car. So that means Hornets, mini stocks, street stocks, midgets, and all 3 of our open wheel classes this weekend. That is quite the racing resume for the president of the Langley Speedway Historical Society as we complete lap number 7. 7 complete, 3 to go. Murray Jones comfortably in front. He's got that 7 car on cruise control. Joel Brooks still running second, the 21. And the 51 of Scott Drake is third. 8 complete, 2 to go for Murray Jones. Open racetrack, no traffic, no problem. Murray looks at the white flag, 1 lap to go. Good race for second between Brooks and Drake as Murray Jones heads down the backstretch for the final time. As cool as Michael Jordan was at the free throw line, Murray Jones wins it. Brooks second, Drake third, Scott, Highland, and Mason. Race fans, your winner, filling in for Elliott Klug from Chilliwack, Murray Jones. Nice job, Murray. Heat race number 2 coming at you. Up front, it will be the 2C car. He led most of the main event here yesterday. Lap traffic decided it. He is back with a vengeance today. After fading in the final few laps out of Kelowna, it's Richard Brewer. The number 28 car from Chemainus. Second time racing here, second in Island Dwarf Car points last year. That's Dave Wright. We call him the Nugget. Dave Wright, that's your front row. Row 2, the 18. See, your main event winner here yesterday for the former AMCA champ, the former Okanagan Dwarf Car champ. That is Rick Taylor in the 18 seat. He is outside the 52, the 2-time defending Island Dwarf Car champion. Out of Chemainus, that's Brad Struck in the 52 car. And then your 3 fastest qualifiers here today. Third quick for the number 18. He was second in the main event here yesterday. Out of Victoria, as we said, he had the track record for 24 hours. That's Mike Ruddy. Mike Ruddy in the 18. Second quick, the 61 car. Couldn't be with us here yesterday. Nice to have him here with us today. He was second here last year behind Kyle Kennedy on the Saturday night. Out of Kelowna, Danny Carslake. And car number 19, third here last night. And your new track record holder at a 14-145 from Campbell River, Stuart Lee. And we are racing again at Agassiz as they chase the 28 car. Dave Wright. It's Wright, it's Taylor, it's Ruddy. 1, 2, 3. And then a real log jam. Brewer Struck Lee and Carslake as we work lap number 3 of 10 here this afternoon. Again, the guy they call the Nugget, Dave Wright, out of Chemainus, the former president of the Island Dwarf Car Club. Doing a nice job out front, getting your winner yesterday. Rick Taylor out of Penticton. 63 years young, holding down the runner-up spot as we hit the halfway point in this one. Ruddy in the 18, Struck in the 52. As we work lap 6 of 10. This track, as we said yesterday, perfect size track for dwarf cars and midgets. Oh, if only we had Rico Abreu here racing with us. What a story it would be. 7 complete. 3 to go. 7 cars within 10 car lengths of one another. Still Wright, still Taylor, still Ruddy. The top 3, they will look at a white flag this time by. Can Dave Wright hang on for one more lap? White flag, 1 to go. Drive it like you stole it time for your top 2, your top 3 as they exit to it. Head down the backstretch for the final time. Into 3, off of 4. Heat race win for Dave Wright. Taylor second, Ruddy third, Struck, Brewer, Karslake, and Lee. Race fans, 10 laps nonstop in 2 minutes and 29 seconds. You like apples? How about them apples? Let them hear ya. And Dave Wright, one of the nice guys in our great sport, racing here for just the second time in his career. Second at Island Dwarf Car points a year ago, and the former president of that great group of drivers from Chemainus. Put your hands together for Dave Wright. As we said, those 7 cars separated by only about 10 car lengths in a real good one. And boy, folks, as we say, these heat races, just the teaser. Daryl, we're just teasing them right now, right? This is like the appetizer at the keg before you have your big steak dinner, right? 35 laps later on with all of them out there together. I'm already getting excited. And of course, we'll bring back the vintage racers and the midgets tonight, qualifying around 7, racing 7:30. A lot of those cars already in the pit area. You can see the vintage racers, those sprint cars, super modifieds and roadsters from the 70s, 80s, and 90s parked over in turns 1 and 2. And some of the midgets here on the front straightaway. See Brian and Troy Globe and crew hard at work on the number 11 car. Still second place, Rannard on 3 cylinders last night. Great racing yesterday, as we've talked about, as we've documented. Rick Taylor winning the dwarf cars, and last night it was Tyson Cross. After sweeping both nights here last year, 3 in a row for Tyson, winning last night in the vintage class, and Sawyer Lynn, the former Agassiz champion, in an upset victory, winning in his dirt midget over Troy Globe, who was on 3 cylinders but still came from the back to finish second. But it was fun to watch all of that great racing action yesterday. Austin Bennett. How you doing, Austin? Good to see you, buddy. Mom has been helping us a lot this weekend. You probably haven't seen much of Mom this last couple of days, have you? And Grant, yeah, have you seen Patty at all the last couple of days? Because she's been here helping us. Really? Unbelievable. Happy anniversary, Grant and Patty. Patty signing us all in at the pit gate the last couple of days, and she makes all of our trophies for us. Jack of all trades. Anyway, gentlemen, nice to see you here. Austin, you'll be in action here next week, right? Folks, we can tell you, for the first time this year, we will race back-to-back weekends. Next Saturday night, September the 19th, again, 2 sessions, 1 in the afternoon, 1 in the evening. Street stocks, mini stocks, Hornets, and midgets next Saturday, right here at the crown jewel of the East Fraser Valley in terms of motorsports. Again, a big thank you to all of our great sponsors for this, the 4th annual Fred Rannard Senior Open Wheel Classic, Brian's Auto Glass, Leslie McKellar, Tron Fabrication, the Willison family, just mentioned Patty Bennett, Chris Timer, Sean Holbert, SeanInTheDirt.com if you want to get up to date with all the latest news and information in Northwest open wheel racing. Vancouver Giants hockey, and of course contingency prizes again this year provided by our great friends at Speedmart, Joe's Racing Products, and Harding Motorsport Supply. Time for us to take a quick break. We'll be back with 2 more heat races, 10 laps each, on a 35-lap feature. All of this on the second and final day of the 4th annual Fred Rannard Senior Open Wheel Classic. You're watching exclusive coverage live from Agassiz Speedway in Agassiz, British Columbia. Glad you could join us. Prizes, prizes, prizes. We got a few kids out there. Kids, you're lucky right now. If you're under the age of, let's say, 12, we've got some nice prizes donated from the Langley Speedway Historical Society, Hemrick Brothers Garage, and Via Rail. Kids under 12, come on over here to the towel, and my brother has got a little something for you. Just because you're great supporters of Agassiz Speedway. Kids under 12, come on over. So again, I ask you, is this heat 3 or is this heat 1 of round 2? The answer, yes. Congratulations to all the kids that got prizes. Nice little Hot Wheel cars. Some of them even look like dwarf cars. Okay, here we go again. Another 10-lap extravaganza. 47, Darrell Highland. 11, Brandon Mason, Nanaimo. 7, Murray Jones, Chilliwack. 16, that's Dan Scott out of Black Creek. 21, Joel Brooks, Victoria. 51, Scott Drake, Kelowna. Elbows up, gentlemen, and hammer down. We are racing again as they chase the 47 car. Darrell Highland out of Surrey. Murray Jones runs second. Dan Scott is third. Mason, Drake, and Brooks as we complete lap number 2 of 10. Lead change, Murray Jones to the inside of Highland. Murray Jones looking to go 2 for 2 in heat race competition here this afternoon as he hops into Elliot Klug's number 7 car. Oh no, crash in turn number 1, a car hard into the wall. This will be a red flag. Red flag. Looks like it's the 21 car of Joel Brooks. Hard into the wall. He has climbed out of the car, though, race fans. Joel Brooks walking away. I didn't see it at first. I heard it, the impact. And then it seemed like it bounced off the wall a couple of times. Not sure if there was contact with another car or not. We were very fortunate yesterday not to have any severe accidents. So the bad news, the crash, the red flag, and damage to the 21 car. The good news, Joel Brooks able to walk away. You can see him standing down there by the light pole. How about a hand for him again, folks? The 35-year-old second-year dwarf car driver racing here for just the second time in his career out of Victoria. Of course, a regular at the Western Speedway and the Saratoga Speedway. And with the help from the Meisner family, was able to make the trip over here this weekend. But unfortunately, it's most likely has come to a grinding halt. But good to see Joel able to make that long walk back to the pit area. So red flag conditions after 2 of 10 laps in this heat race number 3 this afternoon. Of course, lots going on in the racing world again this weekend. Even though we're into September and just 10 days or so left in summer, NASCAR, they're set up shop at Richmond, Virginia this weekend, where they've been fighting the weather. They're supposed to be racing the Cup Series tonight for race number 2 of the chase. Kevin Harvick, 8 wins on the season. Denny Hamlin with 6 leading the way. Harvick, the winner at Darlington last week, so he's already earned his spot into round number 2. The Indy cars at Mid-Ohio today and tomorrow. World of Outlaw sprint cars, Dodge City, Kansas last night. And tonight, Jacob Allen, his first career Outlaw win last night after coming so close a number of times. Outlaws, of course, should be in California right now if we were in under normal circumstances. And the big $50,000 to win dirt late model race at the Eldora Speedway in Ohio. Tonight, we wish Winnipeg, Manitoba's Ricky Weiss all the best. Darrell, yes. You've raced at his home track. in Winnipeg. But they race on Thursday nights. You know why they race on Thursdays? Because everyone goes out to the cottage, out at the lake on Fridays and Saturdays and Sundays. That's what I've been told, Daryl. That's what I've been told. Thursday night thunder there in Winnipeg. Anyway, good luck to Ricky Weiss, racing for 50 grand at Eldora this evening. Can we say hi to all our great friends watching? Yesterday we had them watching from, yes, as far north as Alaska, where I still got a lot of great friends after my time there broadcasting the great sport of hockey, all the way down the coast, of course, British Columbia, Washington, Oregon, California. Daryl's son, Daryl Prager, our vice president here in Flagman, his son in Amarillo, Texas. Amarillo, Texas, former home of the Amarillo Rattlers in the Western Professional Hockey League. Dave Willison, if you're scoring at home with us on that one. Top that, huh? The Amarillo Rattlers. Aaron Fell's parents, they'll be watching tonight from Mexico. And all of our friends down in the USA, whether it's Washington, Oregon, Idaho, we love having you join us here this weekend each year, and we look forward to seeing you back here next year. Just so bizarre for so many reasons, but to think last night we're racing here with no Americans with us, and just an hour away down in Deming, Washington, they're racing with no Canadians in attendance. But let's all keep our fingers crossed that we are back to normal sooner than later. Sean Holbert, Brandon Hamilton, again, we say hi to you. Pat and Ernie Shepanowski, I know you're tuning in over in Chilliwack. Leslie and Bob McKellar up in Peachland. Leslie, again, thank you so much for your generosity this weekend. Wish you were able to be with us here. Kelly Nicholas, Bruce Forrester, Stan Stoffel, that were all here with us last year. Jim and Joel, Dennis and Cheryl, and the whole family tuning in at various points yesterday down in the Everett, Snohomish, Washington area. All our friends with the American Canadian Dwarf Cars, Troy Kudus and Andrew Kudus, Steve and Brian Taylor. Wade Stringer was here with us last year. Hi to all of you. All our friends with the Northwest Focus Midget Series. Mike and John Volbrecht, we miss you guys. Galen and Carla Stewart. I know they watched a little while last night after they were done at Deming. And all our West Coast Vintage Racer friends. Ralph Wane, Maureen York, Jeff Cook, and Billy Birdsell, and Dixon Helgeson and Frankie Volts over in the Spokane area. Jerry Day down in Renton, Washington. 2 laps complete, 8 laps to go. Murray Jones hits the go pedal, and we are green again as they tow the 21 car to the pit area. Like he's been shot out of a cannon. Murray Jones. Are you kidding me? Already 8-10 car lengths the advantage over a Highland and Scott and Drake and Mason. Highland slowing on the front straightaway. Scott and Drake have to get on the binders to avoid contact. We stay green, and we are halfway. 5 down, 5 to go. These dwarf cars, they race on both pavement and dirt. Most of the guys here with us this weekend, primarily on the pavement. They'll occasionally make a trek down, maybe to Grays Harbor Raceway in Elma, Washington. Once in a while they'll race at Skagit, maybe once every couple of years. Various tracks in Oregon. It's all Murray Jones. Again, he's got that 7 car on rails right now. He's got it on cruise control with 8 complete and 2 to go. Drake has moved into second. Scott Highland, and Mason. Jones in his own area code. I don't know what area code it is. I think he's far and away from 604. As cool as the other side of the pillow. Murray Jones, Scott Drake, Dan Scott, Brandon Mason, and Daryl Highland. So he is 2 for 2 in terms of heat race victories. Next Saturday night, he'll be back behind the wheel of his beautiful number 55, 1955 Chevrolet in street stock competition here. Your winner, fill it in for Elliott out of Chilliwack, Murray Jones. Here we come, our final heat race of the afternoon, the 2C of Richard Brewer, Kelowna, the 28 heat winner earlier, Dave Wright, Chemainus, 18C, winner here yesterday, Penticton, big Penticton V's fans, Quick Rick Taylor, the 52, out of Chemainus, Brad Struck, and again, your 3 fastest from today, the 18. Second here yesterday out of Victoria, Mike Ruddy, the 61. Second here a year ago, Kelowna's Danny Carslake, and car number 19, third here yesterday, and your new Agassiz Speedway dwarf car track record holder in the 19, the 29-year-old from Campbell River, Stuart Lee. 7 cars, 10 laps. Our final heat race of the afternoon. Green, green, green. Through 1 and 2, uphill slightly on the backstretch. Through 3 and 4, downhill on the front straightaway. As we talk about, they carry a lot of momentum down in that first turn, where you use up a fair bit of brakes. By the way, hi to Doug Roots. Doug Roots, we know, tuned in from Langley. Dougie, wish you were here. And again, just like the heat race earlier, these 7 cars within 10 car lengths of each other. And another great race as they chase the 28 of Wright, just like they did the last time around. But Mike Ruddy, like a kid at Halloween, right there, knocking on the door. Trouble, turn 1. Carslake and Struck get together or under caution. Two fast race cars getting together down there in 1 and 2. The 52, I really love the paint scheme on that 52. I guess it's the wrap now. And I don't mean music. Brad Struck, that yellow and black is just a nice combination for the 2-time and defending Island Dwarf Car champion. The 52 and the 61, Danny Carslake out of Kelowna, that couldn't be with us yesterday. He had to work up in the Okanagan, drove down this morning. He was a winner in Penticton at the Penticton Speedway earlier this summer, and he was second here last year on the Saturday night behind Kyle Kennedy. And hi to Kyle and Kinser and mom and dad, Darren and Kelly. We miss having all of you here. And Kyle, we hope your bad back gets better. You guys got to take better care of yourself. Last year, Kinser couldn't race. So he had a broken arm. And this year, Kyle with the bad back. But we know you are with us in spirit. We know you're tuned in this afternoon. So glad you could join us, as we say. Wherever and however you're watching us on the Agassiz Speedway YouTube channel. 2 laps to complete, 8 to go. This is our final heat race as we look ahead to the 35-lap feature later on. Dave Wright, Mike Ruddy, Rick Taylor, Stuart Lee, Richard Brewer, Brad Struck, and Carslake. Single file back to green. The Nugget, Dave Wright, led all 10 laps earlier but he may be in jeopardy right now as Ruddy looks to the inside. Lead change as the 218 cars go by on the inside. Mike Ruddy and Rick Taylor into the top 2 spots, and they'll take Stuart Lee with them. Four complete, which means halfway next time. The race is for second. Lee looks underneath Taylor. Taylor shuts the door. And remember, you got to remember, this is a heat race. You want to save your best stuff for the main event. 6 complete, 4 to go. Lee does make the successful pass on the inside this time. 19 car into the runner-up spot. It's Ruddy, it's Lee, it's Taylor. The 3 most recent Dwarf Car track record holders here at Agassiz as we work lap number 8 of 10. Two laps to go. It's Victoria leading Campbell River and Penticton. White flag. 1 to go. Ruddy and Lee separated by just a couple of car lengths down the back straightaway. As cool as a cucumber. Yes, the cucumber. Great in the Greek salad with the tomatoes and the green pepper and some of that feta cheese. Ruddy wins it. Lee, Taylor, Struck, Carslake, Wright, and Brewer. And as we said, folks, you know some of those guys were not showing everything. You never know what, just like in a good poker game, you never want to show your hand too early. You want to save it for when you need it the most, and that'll be during the 35-lap main event, which is coming up in just a little bit. Well, race fans, as we said, he was second in the main event here yesterday. He had the track record for 24 hours, and we'll look for big things for him in the feature race coming up later on. Your winner out of Victoria, give it up for Mike Ruddy. Wife and kids in attendance cheering him on, hoping that husband and dad can pick up the win here today. So, of course, we'll give those guys a bit of a break to make whatever changes they deem necessary before the 35-lap feature. And again, folks, we remind you that we'll be back for the second half of our program later on this afternoon. The pits will open at 5:30 for the vintage racers and the midgets. We'll hot lap from 6 till 7, qualifying around 7, racing at 7:30. Make plans to join us either in person or online. And if you're watching online right now and you're anywhere within the immediate area, come on out and join us here tonight. We got room for you. Again, qualifying at 7, racing at 7:30. And again, we will race again next Saturday, September the 19th, as we said. Street stocks, mini stocks, Hornets, and midgets again. An afternoon session and an evening session. Time for another break. You're watching exclusive live coverage of the 4th annual Fred Rannard Senior Open Wheel Classic from Agassiz Speedway in Agassiz, British Columbia, Canada. Gentlemen in the pit area, about 5 minutes. 5 minutes in the pit area, and then we'll ask you to bring the cars to the front straightaway for introductions. And of course, on our live broadcast, the Agassiz Speedway YouTube channel, Sidewinder, we are live all around the world. That's right, they're watching in Texas, Mexico, Alaska. We're going to say hi to a couple of people watching from a long way away. You know, even though Aaron Fell's not racing for a couple of hours, his dad, Ron, is already back from the beach. A couple more beverages and ready for our dwarf car main event. Hello, Ron. And Rob and Daryl, I don't know if you heard this, Ron Fell watching on the beach in Mexico, even though Aaron's not watching later tonight. And Ron, apparently there's a Zamboni problem at Prospera Center in Chilliwack. They're wondering if you can get up here to fix the Zamboni. Apparently it's one that used to be down at Robson Square. I don't know all the details, but Ron, if there's any way you could get from Mexico to the Prospera Center in Chilliwack, the Zamboni needs some repair work. And that is about as much of an inside story, inside joke as you're ever going to get. I think there's maybe 5 people on the planet, and 3 of them are right here. Okay, Ron, I gotta see your comeback to that. All right, hey, Dan Scott, I don't know if you can hear us over there in the pit area. Dan driving the 16 car out of Black Creek, British Columbia. Dan's grandson is watching in Port Hawkesbury, Nova Scotia. And Dan, your grandson Zane says, hi, Grandpa, and go get him in this upcoming main event. Lori Gordon, hi to you, and hello to Al and Dylan, and we look forward to seeing them in racing action here next Saturday. As we said, people watching far and wide, all around the world, to our broadcast. And we thank you all for joining us. Any hockey fans in the house tonight? Who'd ever thought we'd be watching NHL playoff hockey in September? Normally we're getting ready for the start of hockey season. We're down to the Final Four, and hey, Daryl, New York Islanders, they're back in it. Thanks to Billy Smith and Denny Potvin and Brian Trotchy. Bob Nystrom was the first star last night as the Islanders beat Tampa Bay. So Tampa still leads the series 2-1, and Dallas, a little surprisingly, up 2-1 on Vegas. So Daryl, your son, is he a Dallas fan? Stars fan? No? Okay, Canucks still. There you go. Well, Dallas is owned by Tom Ghilardi from Kamloops, who also owns the Kamloops Blazers. So there's a BC connection there. Most people still feel that Tampa over Vegas would be the most likely situation for the Stanley Cup. Kind of weird right now, a rare time during the year when all four of the major league sports, NHL, NBA, Major League Baseball, and the NFL, are all in action at the same time. Of course, the NFL kicked off Thursday night. Kansas City Chiefs picking up where they left off. Patrick Mahomes and company. I was waiting for Steve DeBerg to come off the bench in relief of Mahomes the other night. Christian Okoye, the Nigerian Nightmare, didn't see him out there in the backfield. And of course, the rest of the NFL will get going tomorrow. And kind of just so many strange things in the world these days. The NFL has left it up to each individual team as to whether or not they allow in fans or not. Some of the teams have already said no fans all year. Even the new Las Vegas Raiders, they've said no fans in their gorgeous new stadium all year. But Seattle has said we're going to play without fans for the first few games and play it by ear and see how things go. And in Kansas City the other night, they had 16,000 they allowed into their stadium. So just the same thing in the world of motorsports, folks. Some tracks around North America are not racing at all. Some tracks are racing with no fans. Some tracks are racing with a limited number of fans. And some places, where there are really minimal or no restrictions, they're not only getting big crowds, they're getting capacity standing room only crowds because there's not much other live entertainment out there. All right, gentlemen, in the pit area, dwarf cars, we are ready. 35 laps, the scheduled distance. Yesterday, it was Quick Rick Taylor over Mike Ruddy and Stuart Lee. 1 year ago on the Friday night, it was Richard Brewer. 1 year ago on the Saturday night, it was Kyle Kennedy. So, drivers, we need you to the front straightaway with your racing machines for introductions, please. Gentlemen, thank you. And race fans, I am telling you, as I look into my Agassiz Speedway crystal ball, which is just it's a bottle of water, looking into my Agassiz Speedway crystal ball, and I see Ross Edwards, and Ross, I see a tremendous 35-lap race coming up. There is not much to choose from the top 6, 7 cars out there. It's going to be real interesting. As you saw in those heat races, the 7 fastest separated by about 10 car lengths in their heat races. And I got a feeling this is going to be a ring-a-ding-dong dandy. Okay, Rob, Daryl, here's Ron Fell's response. Are you kidding me? Do you have any idea of the temperatures in those ice rinks? The only ice I worry about now is the ice for my drinks. That's from Ron in Mexico. Ron, we miss you. We miss seeing you. Used to see you regularly down at Deming and the old Langley Speedway. And yeah, as I say, pretty bizarre last night to think they were racing down at Deming without us, and we were racing here without any of them. And again, we say hi to all our friends down at Deming Speedway. We know some of the Lemley family tuning in, whether it's Paul and Bev or Brock. They were racing last night, so they couldn't watch much. They did catch the end of our night of competition, though. Hello to all our great friends down there that normally supply us with a ton of goodies and giveaways and hats and hoodies and shirts and all kinds of stuff. And credit to all of them down there at Deming this year. Amidst the fact they couldn't have any of us down there, they couldn't have any fans, they still had their Clay Cup, they still had over 120 cars from all over the western states, and they managed to pull it off for what probably is unless something bizarre happens in the next few months, the biggest oval track event on the whole West Coast this year. So the dwarf cars making their way towards the racing surface as we speak. And we do want to say that two of the guys in the pit area will not be racing in this race. The 9 of Tyler Peters, he's had engine problems all weekend. Tyler out of Nanaimo. And he hot lapped a little bit today, but just couldn't get the engine up to speed. And of course, the 21 of Joel Brooks that crashed during his heat race. So that means we should have 12 cars scheduled in this one. Again, yesterday it was 30 laps. We'll add 5 to it today. And again, just the way we pretty much always do it here at Agassiz Speedway. Fully inverted, fast qualifiers at the back, old school Saturday night short track racing. It's no fun when the fast guys start up front and just take off. Heck no, we make them work for it. And you know what, Matt Stevenson, I know you've been around this game a time or two, been around this track a time or two. It doesn't seem to matter what the format is, whatever the series is. You fast guys always seem to find your way to the front somehow. We're moments away, folks. We'll bring them out front here. Driver intros, then we'll turn them loose for 35. Here they come. From all around British Columbia, Vancouver Island, the Okanagan, and the Lower Mainland. 12 cars for 35 laps, and their final race of this, the 4th annual Fed Rannard Senior Open Wheel Classic. Race fans, this is your starting lineup. On the pole, the number 47 car, the second-year dwarf car driver racing here for just the second time from Surrey. Welcome, Daryl Highland. To his outside, the number 11 car. Second-year dwarf car driver racing here this weekend for the first time in his young career from Nanaimo, Brandon Mason. inside row number 2, the 7 car, filling in for Elliott Klug here today. He's a perfect 2 for 2 in heat races so far. As we said, folks, he has raced here at Agassiz Speedway. He has won here at Agassiz Speedway in every division we've ever raced, except the late model stock car. Still your Hornet track record holder in the 7 car out of Chilliwack, Murray Jones. Right beside him, the number 16 machine, third in Island Dwarf car points 1 year ago. From beautiful Black Creek, BC, Dan Scott. Row 3 on the inside. The good-looking 28 car, second in Island Dwarf car points a year ago, racing here this weekend, also for the second time. From beautiful Chemainus on Vancouver Island, Dave Wright. Outside of him will be car number 51. He's raced here once before, but it was about 10 years ago. The 52-year-old from Kelowna, Scott Drake. Car number 18C, a former American-Canadian dwarf car champion, a former Okanagan dwarf car champion, and your winner here yesterday. Can he make it 2 for 2 this weekend? He hopes so. From Penticton, the veteran, Quick Rick Taylor. To his outside, the always fast 2C car. 2 wins here, including last year on the Friday night. Originally from the New Forest, England, now makes his home in Kelowna, Richard Brewer. Car number 18, racing here for just the second time. He had the track record for 24 hours after he broke it yesterday. Second in the feature here yesterday from Victoria, Mike Rutty. The gorgeous number 52 car. He is a 2-time defending Island Dwarf Car Club champion. Racing here for the second time from Chemainus, Brad Struck. And lining up at the back as your 2 fastest qualifiers. Car number 19. Racing here for just the first time. Third in the main event yesterday. He is your new Agassiz Speedway track record holder of 14:145 for the 2-time Island Dwarf Car champion out of Campbell River, Stuart Lee. And in the 61, second fastest here today. He finished second in this race 1 year ago, a winner at Penticton Speedway earlier this summer. He is from Kelowna, Danny Kerslake. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, that's your starting lineup. How about it one more time for the dwarf cars? And as I said, I predict a slobber knocker, a ring-a-ding-dong dandy. It'll be, call it what you want, Darrell England. This is going to be thrilling, exciting, the adjectives. One thing it will not be, Austin Bennett, I promise you, this race will not be dull. You want close competition, I believe we've got it. I know we've got it. Again, 14 cars signed in here today. 12 of them will answer the call as they get a couple of warm-up laps. Warm up the tires, warm up the engines. You'll see them weaving back and forth just a little bit. Hey, you see, you know what time it is? Of course, let's get everybody up on your feet. Those of you at home, too, join us. Everybody up on your feet. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, your dwarf car feature. Let them hear ya. And that could have been a lot worse. How about a hand for all those guys getting by without incident for the most part? Again, folks, we do apologize for a few technical issues with our PA system here this weekend. We're doing the best we can. So again, it was the 16 of Scott spinning. Oh, your track record holder, Stuart Lee, in the pin area. Breaking news here early. The 19 of Stuart Lee, your new track record holder, in the pin area, but a quick word with the crew, and he is headed back onto the racetrack. Lee in the 19 and Ruddy in the 18. Both spun as well. Now I'm looking for the 18 of Ruddy. He must be in the pits as well. No, there he is. I'm sorry. My apologies, Mike Ruddy, fans, family. Eyesight's the second thing to go. Anyway, nervous there for a sec. We don't want to lose anybody from the starting field. Okay, so we do have one lap in the books, one lap complete, which means they'll go from double file to single file. So it'll be Murray Jones, the engine pulling the train around the Agassiz Speedway. And he determines how fast or slow the start is. You see the line right in between turns 3 and 4. That's right about where they usually get going. So one lap in the books, 34 still to go. Murray Jones, Dave Wright, Dan Scott. Green flag. Dave Wright, your new leader in the 28 car. The young man out of Chematus. Murray Jones running second in the 7. Dan Scott third, the 16. Rick Taylor, your winner yesterday. Up the 4th. Oh, he gets a little sideways coming off of turn number 2. Ruddy on the brakes. No harm, no foul. We say green. Again, so interesting to watch the fast qualifiers move their way through the field. In the meantime, and in between time, Dave Wright about 10 car lengths the advantage over second place Murray Jones. Scott trying to hold on to third, but not for long. Rick Taylor, your winner yesterday, now third. He probably has the most experience, him and Murray Jones, of any of the drivers here. And no coincidence that they run second and third right now. Ruddy and Lee still, and Carslake still a little further in the back. 7th, 8th, and 9th. Still very early on in this one. Again, Dave Wright out of Chematus. He loves the fact they are racing hard for position back behind him, because he's able to open up the lead now to about 15, 20 car lengths. So let's just say almost a full straightaway. The race right now is for second. Rick Taylor underneath Murray Jones into the runner-up spot. And he'll take Brad Struck with him. Struck now underneath Taylor into second. So it's Wright way ahead of the field. Then Struck, Taylor, Carslake, and Ruddy. 10 laps complete, 20 to go. First of 3 main events here today. Day number 2 of the 4th annual Fred Rannard Senior Open Wheel Classic. This race is going to get real good in the second half. I'm telling you, it's already good, but it's going to get better. As we work our way towards the halfway point. Again, Dave Wright, the 39-year-old, from Chemainus. He's going to have a little bit of traffic to deal with here in a bit. Struck still second. Taylor third. Carslake fourth. Ruddy is fifth. Stuart Lee up to sixth. Let's see how Wright handles the back markers. Mr. Dave Wright, what you gonna do when the lap traffic comes to you? Let's watch the beautiful black and orange 28 car. He'll go low under Mason, no problem, as he looks ahead to Highland. And we are halfway, almost. We'd be halfway if it was 30 laps. We added 5 laps today. So 17 and a half will be the halfway point. So how about this for a coincidence, you might say? 2 drivers, both from the island, both from the same town of Chemainus. Wright and Struck run 1-2 right now. And Struck is gaining a little bit of ground on the leader. Rick Taylor, again, the winner here 24 hours ago, still running third, head of Carslake, Ruddy and Lee. And now we are halfway through this 35-lapper. Just 1 yellow flag on lap 1. And as I said, folks, things are going to get real interesting real quick here in the second half of this one. And again, Struck is gaining. He has closed the margin now to about 7-8 car lengths on Dave Wright. But as we've said many times over the years, it's one thing to catch him, it's another thing to pass him. So the Chemainus drivers run 1-2, Wright and Struck. Then it's Taylor, Carslake, Ruddy, and Lee. .20 complete, 15 to go as they cross the stripe. Make it 14 to go now. The race is for third. The Okanagan drivers, Carslake and Taylor. Carslake puts the 61 into third. As we said, he ran second here a year ago behind Kyle Kennedy. The race is for the number 3 spot, and it's a good one. As the leaders, again, are coming up on traffic. As we complete lap number 23. 23 in the books. 12 to go. Some of those guys were at third, fourth, and fifth. They may need a little help if we stay green. They need a yellow flag as long as they don't cause it. Because the laps, they go by so quickly around the Agassiz Speedway. Next time by, it'll be 10 to go. We have the heaviest traffic so far of the race for the leaders. This is going to be fun to watch. Dave Wright, do you go high, do you go low? Around the back markers. Here we go with 10 laps to go. Struck now, reeling them in like a fisherman on the Fraser River. Heavy rush hour traffic for your top 2 down the back stretch. Let's watch. And third, fourth, and fifth are gaining on the top 2. Struck, oh, contact, trouble, off of 4. Oh no, oh no, oh no. Your top 2 get together. Struck trying to make the move around his good friend, both from the town of Chemainus on Vancouver Island. Struck was trying the high side. There was contact between Wright and Struck. Struck got the worst of it, and he will have to go to the back. So a heartbreaker for Brad Struck, because he just saw his chances at victory vanish. With just 10 laps to go, he might be able to get back into the top 10 or even the top 5, but there's not enough laps left for him to get all the way to the front. So now, Dave Wright, the 39-year-old from Chemainus, that has led most of the way so far. He has got his hands full, because that yellow flag we were talking about, those guys that were running back in the field really almost needed. If we were going to stay green, they are now up within a few car lengths of the leader. So 10 laps to go. Dave Wright, the 28, the 61 of Carslake, second here last year, the 18 of Ruddy. second here yesterday. The 19 of Lee, third yesterday, and your new track record holder. And the 18C of Taylor, the winner here yesterday. That's the top 5 with 5 laps to go. Brewer is 6th, Jones is 7th, Highland, Drake, Scott, Mason, and Struck. As they get the 1 to go signal. An old-fashioned shootout on a Saturday afternoon at Agassiz Speedway, folks, and the pressure is on Dave Wright. If he could hang on, this would be, without question, the biggest win of his young career. He controls the start. Dave Wright, elbows up, hammer down, young man. Here we go. Vancouver Island leading the Okanagan. 1-2 down the backstretch. Right, Carslake, Ruddy, Lee, all right there. Carslake looks to the inside. Wright says no. As we work lap number 27. Oh, Wright drifts high, coming through 3 and 4. The other guys couldn't capitalize. Down the back straightaway. Oh, so close. Toss a blanket over those top 5. Top 6 even. 28 complete. Still Wright. Carslake, Ruddy, Lee. 3 from the island, 1 from the Okanagan. Duking it out here at Agassiz. The guy that won yesterday running 5th, Taylor. 29 in the books. Next time by it'll be 5 to go. Hold on to your hats, folks. Somebody's going to try something here. I know it. In the final 5. Oh, Carslake. Sideways through 3 and 4. But he gets it back under control, and that helps the leader Wright just a little bit. With less than 5 to go. Wright, Carslake, Ruddy, Lee, Taylor, Brewer. With 4 to go. Ruddy looking to the inside of Carslake for second. Side by side for the runner-up spot. And the leader, he likes this, for a moment anyway. Ruddy now second. That's where he finished yesterday with 3 laps to go. Shemanis leading Victoria down the backstretch. Ruddy looks to the inside. Wright shuts the door. Again, Wright drifts high, coming off a 4. Ruddy looks to the inside. 2 laps to go for Dave Wright. As we said, looking for the biggest win of his career. But Ruddy is right there. Drive it like you stole it time. For all of them up front. White flag. Ruddy to the inside. Can he do it? Side by side into 1. Ruddy takes the lead on the last lap. Down the backstretch. Final turn, final time. For the first time, Mike Ruddy wins at Agassiz. Wright second, Lee third. Carslake and Taylor, Brewer, Struck, Jones, Drake, Scott, Highland, and Mason. Are you kidding me? Are you kidding me, race fans? How about it for these guys? What a race. Wow. Mike Ruddy, he waited and waited and waited, and then he waited a little bit longer till the final lap as the white flag flew. Wright drifted high, coming off a 4 a number of times, but none of the guys could take advantage of it until the final lap. Ruddy, who ran second here yesterday and lost the track record today that he set yesterday, makes up for it in a big way with a big win. Wright second in a tremendous run. Stuart Lee third. We'll head trackside for photos and interviews. Stay tuned for that, folks. Again, how about it for all of these great dwarf car drivers?
take other classes.
Do 3, 2, 1 in the order. Gotta go all the way back. Keep one, he's gotta go all the way back. You third? Yeah. All right.
That 28 will be now. Oh, okay. No, 28 is probably pretty high.
Too early for that.
I wanted to ask Brian about the oil pressure in the car. There's no oil pressure in the car. I'm real concerned about it.
Okay, so hey guys, unbreakable guys.
Cameras are right there, yeah. So they're pointing right at the winner's circle right now. How's that holding out?
All right, folks, the family in the winner's circle with your winner. What a tremendous race, folks. Again, how about it for all three of these guys? Well, Mike, Ruddy, second place here yesterday, and I know you wanted to keep your track record. You lost it here today, barely, but at the end of the weekend, you're the man in the winner's circle. Tell us about the strategy in the final laps and the pass for the win.
Oh, the strategy was I lost the track record. I can't lose the race. No point of going home with a second place.
Were you saving it until the final lap?
No, I was driving the wheels off that thing. I I saw Dave slide up, and I just went for it. And it was either we were going to wreck or I'd make it.
Just your second weekend racing ever here at Agassiz. As we talked about yesterday, this is a unique racetrack. How do you like it?
Oh, it's great. It's like a little Las Vegas bull ring. I love this place. Definitely coming back for every race possible.
Who all do you want to thank, Mike?
I'd like to thank everyone who put this on. I'd like to thank you, your family, everyone, my family, Stuart, Dave Wright. These guys are top-notch to race with.
And a great rivalry, too, between you Island guys and the Okanagan guys.
Yeah, us Island guys actually have small motors. These 3 cars are all 2003 motors. The rest of these are 2008 and up, so it's nice to see these small horsepower cars come in top.
Congratulations, Mike. Tremendous race, and hope to see you back next year.
Oh, I will be. Thank you.
Mike Ruddy, race fans, your winner here this afternoon. Dave Wright, come on over here, my friend. Well, Dave, just like Mike, it was your second weekend racing here at Agassiz, and I know you wanted this one real bad. Tell us about, again, those final few laps after leading most of the way.
Well, I saw the 10 laps to go, and then I was just like, come on, one more, and then I saw the white, Joe screwed me up with a white flag. I looked up the white flag, I'm like, here, I got this, and then Mike ended up beside me, so I tried to pinch him down into 1 and 2, but it didn't work, so I slid in behind him, so that was fun.
And you didn't need that last yellow, did you?
No. I don't know what I would have done, but probably been a different outcome.
A lot of fun here this weekend, though, I know.
Oh, I love this track. It's fun, banked. It's perfect for these cars, so I'll be back next year for sure.
And for a while, a great race with your friend and fellow Chemainus resident Brad Struck.
Yeah, I didn't know he was there, and then I seen him come up beside me, and we bumped wheels, and he ended up turning around. So that's kind of crappy for them. Wish it could have been better, 1-2 or 2-3. So.
Who do you want to thank, Dave?
I'd like to thank Corey Struck, Millstone Heating and Sheet Metal, Richards on Perimeter Drains, Tyler Chorney, and I forget your name. Thanks anyways, and Darren Chorney for all the help.
All right, Dave, nice job this weekend, second place today, and thanks for your help getting as many dwarf cars as we had here this weekend. And we'll see you back next year, right?
For sure, thank you.
All right, Dave Wright, second here this afternoon. Stuart Lee, third place 2 days in a row, but you are the new track record holder. I know you're a competitor like so many of these guys. You always want to finish up front, but considering you'd never been here before until yesterday, not a bad couple of days.
No, it was a good couple of days, to be honest. Leaving with the track record, to me, it's better than a win, and it's cool because my dad has the track record at this track in the old timers, so it's cool to bring 2 home to Campbell River. Good job to Mike Reddy. It was really fun this weekend. We pitted side by side, and we chirped each other back and forth, and he didn't want qualifying today. I did, because he wanted to hold the track record. And I was glad we got to do it, and I got to snag that from him, but it was a really fun weekend between him and I, and having fun times, and it's good to have a rivalry where you can laugh and joke about it. So that was a lot of fun, and thanks to everyone that put this on. Thanks to your family. Really wish I could have won that one. It's a big race, but it was a great race. I just wrong spot at the wrong time early and got tagged by a spinning car. And I think it knocked the rear end out because my drive shaft was rubbing the whole rest of the race. I probably should have pulled in. Sorry, Weston, but wanted to win still.
Great to have you here, Stuart. As we said, third place both days and the new track record. Nice job, and we hope to see you back next year.
Yeah, I don't have a car, but I'll try and find one to come back somehow. Thank you.
Stuart Lee, third place. Again, race fans, how about it for your top 3 this afternoon? Mike Ruddy, Dave Wright, and Stuart Lee. And so the dwarf cars from the spotlight. And we'll look ahead now to the second half of our program as we will wrap up the 4th annual Fred Rannard Senior Open Wheel Classic. In a couple of hours, the pits will reopen here in just a little bit. We'll hot lap the vintage racers and the midgets from 6 to 7, qualifying around 7 o'clock with racing at 7:30. If it's anything like it was last night, it will be great again. Again, midgets and vintage racers qualifying around 7, racing at 7:30. We'll take a break in the action. You're watching exclusive live coverage of the 4th annual Fred Rannard Senior Open Wheel Classic from Agassiz Speedway.
got excited.
That would have been
got excited.
just taking a second high coming off the last few laps.
That happened with the yellow.
Oh yeah, of course. Oh yeah.
No, that was a good race. So let's get ready for the next one, boys.
Yep.
Good job. That was
Do it.
awesome. Let's do the same for the second session. We did really well. Did you enjoy that?
Yeah.
What a great pass. That was awesome. That was a good show, man. Feels good on Facebook. I got my son down there. I'm going to text him. He says, you run like an old man. I said, oh,
Let them know that there's some video and everything that will go on Agassiz. Yeah, they'll probably post it. And then Agassiz will grip it for me and post it on there. Got the burnout and everything. So, yeah. Is that too heavy for you? See you next year.
I'm sure we'll be back. He likes this track.
Yeah.
Yeah.
that's a cool track. Is it too heavy? Want me to carry it for you? Okay. You want to carry the flag?
Oh, do you want to carry
She's
the
bringing it
flag?
for me.
Here, carry the flag. Carry the
You can wave the flag at
Oh, cool.
okay. That's okay.
Maybe next year you'll be waving the flag,
Yeah, you can
right?
help me up and wave the flag.
I bet you love that, right?
Hey, bro. Those horses go pretty good, eh? Yeah, I know. They're fast. There's no one around here, is there? Of course. Guy and the interior. But not enough to. Not enough to. You're only four batteries, eh? You're looking. Motorcycle motor. Four batteries. Yeah. That number 2 car sure was backfiring when he backed off the things all the time. I was on the phone yesterday if you want to make it back. Well, I was here about 5 to 5. So I saw the first, whatever. But you're with me, so. Here's my friend, Mark.
Attention dwarves, please don't forget to bring your transponders back for 6 seconds.
Like an hour and a half, I think you got.
Well, good evening once again, race fans, and that is the final session of Hot Laps here tonight as we get ready for qualifying time trials coming right up. Easy, 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 everybody out there in the internet world. Take a deep breath. Can't hear Fred. What's happened? Are you having problems with the PA system? You can't hear Fred because Fred hadn't started talking yet. Second day, 2-day show, a bunch of races split into 2 sessions each day. None of us are getting any younger, including yours truly, so the old vocal cords aren't quite as... Just like the racers, you got to save yourself for prime time, right? You don't want to make your move in the heat race or the B main. You got to save it for the big show. Anyway, folks, we welcome you, whether you're here in person live at the Speedway or watching on the Agassiz Speedway YouTube channel. So glad you could all join us wherever and however you are tuning in. This is the second session on the second and final day of the 4th annual Fred Rannard Senior Open Wheel Classic. Great racing yesterday, great racing again this afternoon. One of the best main events we've seen at the Agassiz Speedway. Rob Crickmeyer, easy for me to say, on fire Crickmeyer, former champion here. It was a great dwarf car main event this afternoon. Any one of 6, 7, 8 guys could have won the thing. We started 13 cars. Dave Wright led it most of the way as they took the white flag. Mike Ruddy dove to the inside, took the lead as they took the white flag on lap 34 of 35 and went on to the victory. We had a new all-time dwarf car track record set, Rob, yesterday, breaking the 10-year-old track record. Yesterday, Mike Ruddy. And it was Stuart Lee knocking it down another 1/10 of a second today. Derek Lewis, how are you, Derek? Bolt-on speed parts, baby. So again, we congratulate Mike Ruddy on the big win this afternoon. And we are getting ready now for the midgets and the vintage racers. Qualifying time trials coming right up. First for the midgets. The track record, if you're scoring with us, the all-time midget track record, WMRA style, 12837 by Tony Seidelman. The Agassiz mark, 12897 by Greg Terod. So here we go, 2 laps each. The faster lap will be your official lap. You know how we roll. Up first, this young man, just 16 years old, racing at Agassiz Speedway tonight for the first time, the former Deming Speedway champion, Levi Klatt. His dad, Jeremiah, drove the car and drove it so well here last night. Levi Klatt, 16 years old, from Langley, with many of his friends in Washington State watching here tonight, seeing what he can do. First time back on the pavement since his quarter midget days, and a first lap is a very good one for his first official time lap here, a 13:8:37. And the second lap for the young man who finished second at the Clay Cup a couple of years ago, a 13:7:02 in the Chilliwack Ford, Reg Valiant Racing, Dolly's Tees, Kershaw Performance, Beast, Leadfoot, Levi Klatt. Up next, number 37 in your Agassiz program, but number 1 in your heart, Quick Rick McKinney. Rick McKinney in the 37, the second-year driver, 66 years young, the McKinney Peary Racing Beast. Let's watch. Ten cars here last night, the most we've had in 3 or 4 years for the midgets. Unfortunately, we lost Riley Valiant today, so we're at 9 for this evening. First lap for Quick Rick is a 14:386, 1:4:386. Quick Rick McKinney out of Delta, British Columbia, Canada. Second lap, Benner at a 14:114. He finished third in the main event last night. He finished third in points last year in the Grizzly Supplies, Goodwin's Greenhouses, Harding Forklift, Lordco Beast, out of Surrey, Rockin', Ronnie Jones. Ron Jones in the 7 car, the veteran of sprint cars and midgets, dirt in the pavement. Oh, let's watch that fast number 7. Flying around the speedway, like Vannerow Wright used to say, CNN Sports. Look at him go. Can he set fast time? It'll be second quick at a 13.808, 13.808. Ron Jones, 59 years young. Second lap, better, 13.779. How about this? The 16-year-old kid is still fastest of the 3 so far. Levi Klatt at a 13.702. Well, this man is a former Agassiz champion with many wins, but that was in his pavement midget. This is a dirt-specific car, and he won in it here last night over Troy Globe in a thriller. Former Northwest Focus Midget Rookie of the Year as well. Out of Abbotsford, Sawyer Lind. Sawyer Lind, what a job here last night. Said amongst all his wins, it may have been the most satisfying in the Berquin Signs and Printers, Harding Forklift, Tory Works, Triple X. Sawyer Lind, can he take fast time from Levi? No, not on the first lap, 13.867. Top 3, all within a 1/10 of a second right now. Tom Sawyer Lind, second lap, can he set fast time? Yes, he does, to the top of the charts. Sawyer Lind at a 13.637. So we have Rob Krickemeyer, Rob Rannard. Rob Krickemeyer is here. Over here to the right of the tower. Rob Krickemeyer, my brother, is here to the left of the tower. On the track now, getting a little out of shape at turn number 2. The rookie driver out of Chilliwack, it's Brady Rogers. Brady Rogers in the good-looking 03 car. One of the many graduates of the Langley Quarter Midget Association. It's the Kinetic Signs, OK Tire, Pitt Meadows, Instaglass, Stealth, All Truck Services, S&M Diesel, Custom Blacktop, Brian's Auto Glass, and Dams Ford. Not Dams Lincoln Mercury anymore, it's Dams Ford. And that will be a 13.986, 13.986, Brady Rogers. Second lap will be quicker, up to third at a 13.721. Get a load of this. Brady Rogers has a brother named Aaron. Aaron Rodgers. Not that Aaron Rodgers, Green Bay Packers, Super Bowl winning quarterback. With his parents watching from the palatial beachfront condo in Guadalajara, Mexico. From Abbotsford, it's Aaron Fell. Aaron Fell, the 3-time Deming Speedway champion and a former Clay Cup champ, second year here with us on the pavement. Aaron Fell in the Tron Fabrication, Bill Planko Racing, Beast. He's also raced 360 and 410 sprint cars at Skagit and Grays Harbor. Fast time on his first lap, but a 13.526. Aaron Fell, as we said, he gets better every time out. And the second lap for Aaron will be faster at a 13.514. Fast time so far, it's Fell, Lind, and Klatt. But hold the phone, folks. Here is the man that finished second last night. He's won 10 of the last 12 races here. He swept both nights here a year ago for the 2-time Agassiz champion. Now calling Agassiz home, worldwide, Troy Globe. Troy Globe, a former Washington midget champ as well, and the Brian's Auto Glass, Hub Fire Engines, all small engine repair beast. Edmunds Batteries, Kia Massage, Again, the track record is 12.837 and a 12.897 for the Agassiz Midgets. Conditions are ripe. Almost into the 12s, fast time at a 13.091. Ran on 3 cylinders last night, still finished second in the main event. Can he get into the 12s? 12.941. The third fastest lap ever in Agassiz history in any class. Give it up for worldwide Troy Globe. A 1/10 of a second off the all-time record. Globe, yeah, I'd say they got that motor problem figured out. The all-time Agassiz track record is a 12.8. Globe just turned a 12.9. Troy Globe, Aaron Fells, Sawyer Lind, Levi Klatt, Brady Rogers, your top 5. Ron Jones, Rick McKinney. Super Matt Glenn, the only one not to take a time. We'll hope he can get it rectified. Actually, check that. 2 cars yet to time in. Car number 38 out there right now. He's raced once this year. He raced once last year. The veteran out of Agassiz is Al Stanley. Al Stanley raced hobby stocks here in the 80s and 90s. He'd been out of the driver's seat, Derek Lewis, for 20 years. In the Al's Auto Repair, Budget Roof Cleaning, Lordco Auto Parts, Devon Signs Beast. Rob, you remember the name, Al Stanley? Obviously some engine problems, but he is trying his best as the 8th car to qualify. And I see Matt Glenn heading towards the racetrack right now, so that's good news. Al Stanley. It won't be his best lap, but it'll be a lap of an 18.055. Al Stanley, the rookie, at 64 years young. And an 18.256. The car sounds like I felt when I woke up this morning. We had a little fun last night, and I'll leave it at that. And I'm gonna place all the blame on Tyson Cross, Jeff Kennedy. Jack Cross was a bad influence on me last night. Jack was a bad influence on himself. The extra large rum and coke, Rob Krickemeyer, I just handed it to him. The extra large version, the 75-25 mix, spilled the whole thing he did. The whole thing. I almost cried. Thankfully, we had a good supply. All right, folks, this is the last midget car to time in. The second generation driver who has raced Hornets, mini stocks, street stocks, defending Agassiz Rookie of the Year from Abbotsford, Super Matt Glenn, second in this race last year. Matt Glenn in the Goodwin's Greenhouses, Fraser Valley Fire Protection, Ultramotive, Gravity Design Studio, Motorway Fabrication entry, and again, some engine problems. Matt Glenn, electronic scoring. We do have some gremlins once in a while. And time did not register, so we're going to back out here in a matter of moments as the 9th car to qualify. Again, we had 10 here last night. Unfortunately, Riley Valiant not able to campaign, not race, not able to campaign with us here tonight. Riley, of course, the 3rd generation driver. Grandfather Mo, Dad Darcy. So we'll try it again for Matt Glenn. His dad, Jordy Glenn, of course. competed here for many years. So many of these drivers, second, third generation superstars of our sport. As we said, he finished second to Troy Globe here last year. Good looking race car, don't kid yourself. That's a nice color combination. Nice to see familiar faces in the grandstand in the pit area here this weekend. And we know lots of you watching online. Ron Michaud, hi to you up in Courtney, Bass Wade, tuning in down in Olympia, Washington. And Ron fell, yes. Ron questioning my Mexican geography. Superman Matt Glenn, 13.672, pretty good. First lap, second lap for Superman will be better, 13.641, and that will do it for time trials for the midgets. Surprise, surprise, surprise. Troy Globe, as we said, winner of 10 of the last 12 midget races here over the last 2 years. Fast time at a 12.941, just a 10th off the track record. Aaron Fell, second quick at a 13.514. Sawyer Lynn, third at a 13.637. Matt Bled and Levi Klatt round out the top 5. Nice job, Levi. Brady Rogers, Ron Jones, Rick McKinney, and Al Stanley. So that will do it for the Mighty Midgets. The West Coast Vintage Racers, not officially sanctioned event this year because of the fact we're missing all of our American friends and some of our Canadian West Coast Vintage Racers as well. But they all compete with that group on a regular basis through Washington, Oregon, Idaho, Montana, British Columbia, and during the winter months. They usually go down to Arizona. Probably won't be headed that way this year, but they are, again, sprint cars, super modifieds, and roadsters from the 70s, 80s, and 90s. And here we go. The track record set here 1 year ago by Ron Brewer is a 13.329. 1.3329. Up first, the 92 car. He finished second here last year. He finished third here last night. Out of Abbotsford, Dean Warmerdam. Dean Warmerdam in the Ray Carter prepared 1995 Russ Lejeune built car with a 360 power plant. Listen to the power. Race fans, it's not just the sights, it's the sights and the sounds. Again, take a listen. Just 3/10 off the track record at a 13.602. Track record's 13.3, he turned to 13.6. Second lap will be faster at a 13.579. As we said, folks, the cloudy, cooler conditions is conducive to a possible NTR Warmerdam in the Warmerdam Bulbs entry. First up. As we say, folks, these cars, these drivers, so many neat stories to tell about both the cars and the drivers. On the track now, the 21 car. This is a 1993 Jim Belfiore built offset super modified with a 388 cubic inch power plant. The driver getting the one to go signal. If you can believe it, if you can comprehend it, if you can fathom this, 76 years old from Vernon, John Wills. The car originally built in New York, then transported to California, and then north to Spokane, Washington, and then to Vernon. First lap, 14.726, 14726. John Wills, his brother Bob Wills, the patriarch of the West Coast Vintage Racers. Second lap, better at a 14.616. And we say hi to you, Bob. We know tuning in way up north in northern British Columbia. We miss you, Bob. We'll see you here next year. on the track now. Car number 83. He swept both nights here last year. The winner here last night. That would be a natural hat trick for the two-time Deming Speedway track champion from Langley, the second-generation star, Tyson Cross. It's a 1990 Schnee chassis with a 360 under the hood. Tyson Cross, winner in Penticton earlier this year. Many-time main event winner in the sprint cars on the dirt at Skagit. He's also raced on the pavement with NSRA. First lap, second quick at a 13.834. His dad, of course, the legend, Blackjack Cross. So many years at Langley. In the second lap, a little slower, a 13.850. First lap better, a 13.834. So Warmer Dam, a 13.5. Cross, a 13.8. Wills, a 14.6. We talk about Langley Speedway. This guy used to race the #1 modified sportsman there. Got out of racing for a couple of years, then came back with the NASCAR Northwest Tour. Nice to have him here with us. Originally from Aldergrove, now living in Kelowna, Bill Lawrence. 69 years of age. It's a 1985 Gambler chassis, 360 engine. 2 wins with the series in Idaho last year. Second fastest at a 13.763. Bill Lawrence blew up the engine here Thursday night practicing in a different car. Got this one together. Second lap, better at a 13.613. Warmer Dam 13.5. Lawrence 13.6. Cross 13.8. Wow, look at this. Are you kidding me? Look at this. Formerly driven by Indianapolis 500 driver Davey Hamilton and his dad, Kenny Hamilton. It used to be pink. It used to be called the Pink Lady. It raced all over North America. Again, the car originally built in New York. It's a 1980 Belfiore offset super modified 360 engine. From Langley, Johnny White. The younger brother of the legend, Marty White. Johnny White out of Langley in this wild-looking racing machine. It'll be a 14.685, 14.685. And it'll be a 14.642. Another great story here, the race car and the race car driver. The 65, this gorgeous 65 car. 1979 USAC Champ car built by Roger Beck. 383 cubic inches. The 62-year-old from Coquitlam is J.K. Jeff Kennedy. Rob Krickemeyer, his older brother, the late Reg Kennedy. Former late model stock car driver at Langley and Skagit and all over Western Canada and the Western states. Jeff Kennedy out of Coquitlam. Jeff, a big thank you to Valley Countertops, Silestone by Cosentino, Dominion Lending Center, Lordco, and Inland Kenworth. Special hello to Jerry Day watching in Renton, Washington. Jerry, wish you could be here with us. 14.712. Just listen to the rumble. Listen to the roar. how sweet it is. 14-7-11 for Jeff Kennedy out of Coquitlam. Here's the guy that set fast time last night. He finished second in the main event last night. A former Westcar Series late model stock car champion from Caledon, British Columbia. Matt Stevenson, the 9N, 1988 Tognati Darrell England, built in Sacramento, California, with a 360 under the hood. Former Penticton Speedway street stock champion as well. Can he take fast time from Warmerdam? Oh, so close. Second quick. It's a 13.596. Second fastest. Can he take fast time as the last car to qualify? Yes! Fast time and a 1/10 of a second off the track record. Stevenson stops the clocks at an incredible 13.465. Stevenson 13.4, Warmerdam 13.5, Lawrence 13.6. If I call this man Tyson Cross once or twice tonight, my apologies. Tyson's usual number is 09. He drives his dad's old number 83 this weekend. This guy raced here with us last night, but not in this car. First time he's been in this car. It's the 09. It's a 1999 Eagle chassis with a 360 engine. The driver from beautiful Caramias, British Columbia, Pat Lawrence. The younger brother of Bill in the 09. This car once driven by former World of Outlaw champion and NASCAR star Dave Blaney. When the car was based in Ohio, 15.994 first lap. Pat Lawrence, Caramias, where the peaches literally fall off the trees into your hands, and of course the nectarines as well. My favorite of the two. Gotta love the summer fruit. 15.402. Pat's wife heard me talking about peaches and nectarines and watermelon and cantaloupe and cherries last night. And so she went out today and bought herself a dozen oranges. Race fans, that's it for qualifying. How about it for the vintage racers? You talk about a blast from the past. And for the second night in a row, Matt Stevenson, who has a lot of laps here in a late model stock car, is fastest at a 13.465. Dean Warmerdam second quick. Nice job, Dean, at a 13.579. Bill Lawrence third at a 13.613. Tyson Cross fourth at a 13.834. John Wills 14.616. Your top five, that it's Johnny White, Jeff Kennedy, and Pat Lawrence. So for the second night in a row, Matt Stevenson fast time. For the second night in a row, Matt Stevenson, the recipient of a $50 bill from our great friends Dave, Terry, Ryan, and Aaron Willison. Donated $100, $50 each night to fast time in the vintage racers. So Matt Stevenson, I handed him a $50 earlier today. I'll hand him another $50 bill thanks to the Willison family. Race fans, that'll do it for qualifying time trials. We're going to take a quick break in the action. National anthems, opening ceremonies coming up in a matter of moments. We can tell you that the 4th annual Fred Rannard Senior Open Wheel Classic is brought to you by Brian's Auto Glass in Abbotsford, 32733 South Fraser Way. In Abbotsford by Leslie and Bob McKellar up in Peachland. Thank you. By Paul Tron Fabrication in Langley. Hi, Paul. I know you're watching. Probably sitting there with Doug Roots back and forth between our race in the world of outlaws in Dodge City, Kansas. That's just me thinking out loud here. I want to thank Patty Bennett for the trophies, Chris Timer. Thank you, Chris, RT Motorsports, for help again with our Winner's Circle sign this year. Sean Holbert, Dolly's Tees, finish line photos. Ron Toigo and Dale Sipe and all our great friends with Vancouver Giants hockey on board with us all 4 years of my dad's memorial race, and our great friends in the racing business down in Burlington, Washington. Barry Martinez and Kelsey Carpenter at Speedmart, Joe Constance down at Joe's Racing Products in Everett, and Shane Harding, Harding Motorsports Supply. Again, all these great companies and our great friends providing contingency awards for this, the 4th annual Fred Rannard Sr. Open Wheel Classic. So glad you could join us in person or online. A quick break in the action. National anthems and opening ceremonies coming up next. You're watching exclusive live coverage of this day number 2 of the 4th annual Fred Rannard Sr. Open Wheel Classic, live from Agassiz, British Columbia, Canada. If you are recording or were recording hockey or NASCAR tonight, plug your ears as we give you the warning. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. The Dallas Stars are 1 win away from advancing to the Stanley Cup Finals. 2-1 winners over Vegas tonight. I can hear them cheering in Kamloops, the owner's hometown. Tom Ghilardi also owns the Kamloops Blazers. Dallas up 3-1 over the favored Dallas Stars. And back east, the New York Islanders got back into their series with Tampa Bay last night winning. Tampa still leads the series 2-1. NASCAR Cup Series, race number 2 of the chase tonight. They got it in amidst threatening conditions in Richmond, Virginia. Brad Keselowski with the victory. He joins Kevin Harvick, guaranteed spots in round 2. Oh my goodness, as we say, folks, we are live on the Agassiz Speedway YouTube channel, not Facebook. YouTube's a little crisper picture quality-wise and stuff, but we do have a live chat going on there all the time, and oh man, it's interesting seeing where so many of our friends are tuning in from all over Canada, all over the USA, Mexico. This afternoon we had them tuning in from Nova Scotia and Texas, and as we said, Mexico. And some of the comments are pretty comical. Hello to Scott up in beautiful Prince George, British Columbia, Canada as well. Ron Michaud, we miss you, Ron, over in Courtney, BC. Again, race fans, National Anthem's coming up in a moment, then we'll get into racing action. It'll be a trophy dash for the vintage racers, then heat races, 10 laps each, 2 30-lap main events. Race fans, last night, phenomenal. Both 30-lap main events went non-stop, green to checkered. The most amazing thing, they were virtually in identical times, just under 7 minutes, 30 laps for both the vintage racers, with Tyson Cross victorious, and the midgets with his crew member and good friend Sawyer Lind victorious. Boy, wouldn't that be great if we could have a repeat performance of that here tonight. Again, we congratulate Rick Taylor winning the dwarf car main event yesterday. Rick out of Penticton, and it was Victoria's Mike Rutty, the winner here earlier today in his first Agassiz victory. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. Whether you're here in person or watching online, welcome back to Agassiz Speedway for this day number 2 of the 4th annual Fred Rannard Senior Open Wheel Classic. This afternoon, it was a classic as the dwarf cars put on a great show. Congratulations again to Mike Ruddy on his victory earlier today. And tonight we welcome back the vintage racers and the midgets as we wrap up this 2-day open wheel extravaganza. But first, we ask you all to please rise, remove your hats, and join our good friend Dave Balkwell in the singing of the Star Spangled Banner and O Canada. Dave?
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched, were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave. O Canada, our home and native land, true patriot love, in all thy sons command. With glowing hearts we see thee rise, the true north strong and free. From far and wide, O Canada, we stand on guard for thee. God keep our land glorious and free. O Canada, we stand on guard for thee. O Canada, we stand on guard for thee.
He used to race at Langley Speedway. We've heard him sing at Evergreen Speedway, at Skagit, here at Agassiz, over on the island at the Western Speedway, and many other tracks. Dave Balkwell, thank you so much for being a part of Dad's Memorial Race again this year. Boy, that's a lot of anthems over the course of 2 days. What was that, 2, 4, 6, 8 anthems, and always a great job, my friend.
Thanks, Freddie. It's yeah, I noticed the stairs at the back of the tower. They've added a few steps each year or each day during this weekend. Hard to catch your breath. But it's been great, and I'm happy to be part of the show. Do whatever I can do to help this thing get off, and I think we've done a good job. We've had some wonderful racing, and the best is yet to come.
And with all the negative, bad news in the world these days, isn't it great to be able to kind of put it all aside for a couple of days and come out here and have some fun with our great friends?
And with the rules the way they are, I think we've done a great job of putting on a show and being very careful with making sure everything is safe. So, yeah, it's been good.
Race fans, all the staff at Agassiz Speedway, everyone with the dwarf cars, everyone with the midgets, everyone with the vintage racers. How about a hand for everyone for helping make this weekend possible? Again, on behalf of my entire family. And Dave, thanks so much. And Dave, don't forget, we're racing here again next Saturday night. You going to be here?
Yeah, and I think we'll have our new Ford street stock ready for Mr. Excitement to drive. So I think we'll be getting that ready this week.
And have you heard about the rumor we might be racing and eating turkey dinner here together in October? Have you heard that rumor?
No, but I'll help promote it.
There you go. Not official yet, folks, but tentatively mark it down for Thanksgiving weekend. But yeah, we're getting ready for the grand finale of this weekend here tonight, and we will be back here next Saturday, 2 sessions again, one in the afternoon, one in the evening. Hornets, mini stocks, street stocks, and midgets 1 week from today. That'll be September the 19th. For the last couple of days of the summer. And of course, with so many of our friends tuning in from, as we said, all over the racing world, we thought very appropriate here this weekend. You know, our friends down south at Evergreen, at Skagit and Deming, they've been singing both national anthems all year. They've been flying both flags, the Stars and Stripes and the Canadian flag, all year down at those tracks. And we are proud to have been doing the same here this weekend. We miss all our friends from the USA, and we're thinking of you. Of course, thoughts and prayers with so many of you that are battling the terrible fires, some of the worst in recent memory, all the way down the coast in Washington, Oregon, and California. And we miss you, and we will all be back together. Let's hope and pray this time next year. And we thank you all for tuning in, and I hope you are safe in your homes, and that your homes and businesses are safe as well. How about it, folks, for all our friends down south that can't be with us here? As we were saying last night, just so bizarre, thinking that Deming was racing less than an hour away with no Canadians. We're racing here with no Americans. Hello to, in no particular order, Pat and Ernie in Chilliwack, Leslie and Bob up in Peachland, Sean Holbert down in Everett, Washington, Brandon Hamilton in Everett, Washington, Kelly Nicholas, Bruce Forrester, Stan Stoffel, Jim and Joel Dennis in Washington State. All our friends with the West Coast Vintage Racers in Washington, Oregon, and Idaho. Ralph Monet and Maureen over in Spokane. Jeff Cook in Spokane. Billy Birdsell down in Oregon. Jerry Day in Renton, Washington. What an honor to have him here last year. The former Skagit champion Dixon Helgeson and Frankie Volts are watching over in Eastern Washington. Troy and Andrew Kudis in the Spokane area, representing our friends with the Dwarf Cars, Steve and Brian Taylor, down in the Olympia area, and all our friends in the Northwest Focus Dirt Midget Series. Michael and John Volbrecht, had them up here the last couple of years. And Galen and Carla Stewart, what a job they have done with that series since its inception. As we say, wherever and however you are watching, and of course those of you here with us, we welcome you, all our great friends over on Vancouver Island, the Okanagan, and all around North America and even Mexico. Our first competitive event of the night will be the Vintage Dash. 4 fastest qualifiers for 4 laps around the Agassiz Speedway. And we will give you the starting lineup right now on the pole. Winning both nights last year, winning the main event again last night for the 2-time Deming Speedway champion in the 1990 Shea chassis, out of Langley, the second generation star, Tyson Cross. To his outside, it'll be the number 15 car. Used to race modified sportsman at Langley Speedway, then moved to the NASCAR Northwest Tour for late model stock cars. Originally from Aldergrove, now living in Kelowna in his 1985 Gambler. Welcome the legend, Bill Lawrence. Bill Lawrence, third quick. To the outside of the front row, to the outside of the second row, the number 92 car, your second quick qualifier here tonight. He finished third last night. He finished second in this race last year in the 1995 Lejeune entry. Out of Abbotsford, they call him the Flying Dutchman, Dean Warmerdam. Warmerdam. And starting fourth in the 9N for the second night in a row, your quick qualifier. Second in the main event last night, the winner in Penticton earlier this year for the former Westcar Series champion, driving a 1988 Tognati chassis from Colleton, BC, Matt Stevenson. Stevenson, the 9N. Hello to Evelyn Glenn watching her grandson, Super Matt Glenn. Hi, Evelyn. Glad you could tune in. Tyson Cross on the pole. He's the youngest driver amongst the four at 46 years of age. The oldest of the four, he'll love me for saying it, the 69-year-old Bill Lawrence in the 15. Bill Lawrence, this is the third different car he has driven here in the last 3 nights. We practiced Thursday. He blew the engine in the 11 car. Yesterday he got in the number 9, didn't quite feel things were up to par, so he gets into the car his brother drove last night. Tonight, again, it is Cross, Lawrence, Warmerdam, and Stevenson. 4 cars for 4 laps. This is the Pizza Pie Man Trophy Dash. As they get the one to go signal, let them hear you, folks. How about it for these guys? As we turn back the clocks here this weekend in race fans, as we said it a million times, this is not your typical vintage old-timer racing where you got old guys in old cars just putting around. They're here to race. Pitter patter, let's get at her. Here we go. Cross and Lawrence side by side for the lead. Stevenson third, Warmerdam fourth. Uphill on the backstretch. Lawrence smokes the brakes a little bit. Now downhill on the front stretch here at Agassiz. Cross, Lawrence, Stevenson, Warmerdam. Look at them go! Working lap number 3. One thing to catch him, it's another thing to pass him. Still Cross, still Lawrence. Lawrence used to race against Tyson's dad at Langley. White flag, 1 to go. Does Lawrence have anything for Cross? Down the back straightaway. Final turn, final time. For the second night in a row, Tyson Cross wins the Trophy Dash. Lawrence second, Stevenson third, Warmerdam fourth. And as we say during these dashes and heat races, folks, these are just the teasers. These are the teasers, the appetizers, the main course, with the T-bone steak and the baked potato and all the trimmings coming up later on tonight. Both the vintage racers and the midgets will go 30 laps around the Speedway. Still hard to fathom that both of them did it last night. That's right, both main events here last night went non-stop 30 laps, green to checkered, in just under 7 minutes. Well, this young man hasn't raced at Agassiz a lot, but he's got it figured out, and figured out in a big way. He won both main events here last year. He won the main event again last night for the natural hat trick. He's won the Trophy Dash both nights. As we said, a two-time Deming Speedway champion, winner on the dirt many times at Skagit. There he is, Tyson Cross. Raced Payment Sprint cars with NSRA, and now with the West Coast Vintage Racers as well. And Tyson, a big shout out, of course, to Bob Wills, the owner of the car, Jeff Kennedy, the owner of the engine, M Soil, Maple Ridge Motorsports, Rick Bitts, Speed Mart, Harding Forklift. That's where Tyson works. If you need a forklift, give him a call. He'll give you a great deal. You tell him you saw him racing here at Agassiz. He'll knock 5% off that price, maybe if you're lucky. Fortin's Engines. In the winner's circle with Daryl, with Jim and Terry taking the photos. Can he, one of the many questions to be answered later on tonight, can he win an unprecedented fourth straight Agassiz main event? We'll know in a couple of hours. As we said, the second-generation driver, his dad, hard at work on the car all day here, driving down from Merritt yesterday. Blackjack Cross, of course, racing for so many years at Langley and with the Camera Series. Raced both the Super Modifieds and late models. Tyson Cross, folks, good job, my friend. He's got lots of friends from all over the racing world watching tonight on both sides of the border. Big thank you to all our friends at Jack's Towing and Aggressive Towing this year. The new tow truck service of Agassiz Speedway. Unfortunately, Modern Tire and Towing, the long-time business here in town, no longer in business. Time for the West Coast Focus Midgets, the Mighty Midgets. Call them what you want. They are fast. 10-lap heat race. Coming up, it'll be Al Stanley, the 38 out of Agassiz, the 37, Quick Rick McKinney out of Delta. Row 1, row 2, Rock and Ronnie Jones out of Surrey in the 7 car. The 03, again, we try and clarify all of this for you, Rob and Dave and Rob and Daryl. It's not Tom Brady, and it's not Aaron Rodgers. His name is Brady Rodgers, but he does have a brother named Aaron Rodgers, but it's R-O-G-E-R-S, not R-O-D-G-E-R-S. So not to be confused with the Green Bay Packer quarterback that'll be back at it tomorrow. Out of Chilliwack, Brady Rodgers. 77. Quite a story this is, folks. His dad drove the car last night and drove it so well, Jeremiah Franklin. The car before last night had never been on the pavement. It is a dirt-specific car. The driver tonight, racing at Agassiz for the first time, a former Deming champion, second at the Clay Cup a couple of years ago, the 16-year-old kid out of Langley. Welcome, Levi Klatt. Levi Klatt, both his parents, Jeremiah Franklin and Dolly Klatt, both have raced a lot here. A lot of drivers could say that their dads raced. Not a lot could say both their dads and moms raced, and his grandfather raced as well. Levi Klatt in the 17, Super Matt Glenn, the 19, with Grandma watching out of Abbotsford. Sawyer Lynn, the winner last night in the non-S, Abbotsford. Aaron Fell, Abbotsford, and Troy Globe, originally from Abbotsford, now living right here in town as of 2 weeks ago. Unlike last night when they ran a couple of heat races, tonight there is only one. They want to make sure these cars are good to go for the big 30-lapper later on tonight. As we said, we had 10 cars sign in here last night. Riley Valiant couldn't make it back today. Here we got 2, 4, 6, 8 out there right now. The 38 of Al Stanley they're still working on the engine. You can see them with the light right at the front of the pit area there. Hopefully they can get Al ready for the main event. So we will go with 8 cars for 10 laps. The Mighty Midgets at Agassiz on a Saturday night for their one and only heat race. Rick McKinney, Ronnie Jones, the front row gentlemen, elbows up, hammer down, let's go racing. Good start by Jones. He'll lead Matt Glenn down the backstretch. Oh, trouble, big trouble. Oh no, we got a car on its side, then back down on all fours, Matt Glenn. And it'll be a red flag scenario. Let's hope Matt's okay. That could have been a lot worse. A little squirrely, and it's always the way on the first lap or two of a race. The cars are so close together before they get strung out. And got together these open wheel racing machines with 1 or 2 other cars. Then kind of just a little tip over onto his side and back onto all fours. He's climbing out of the car, folks. Give it up for Super Matt Glenn. Matt Glenn with his grandma watching. Grandma, he's probably a little upset right now, but looks to be okay. Matt Glenn, a second to Troy Globe here 1 year ago, and our defending Rookie of the Year on the series. He's raced Hornets, mini stocks, and street stocks here. We mentioned Dad Jordy, a longtime competitor here over the years. In this number 19 car, Matt Glenn, the Goodwins Greenhouses. Wayne Goodwin helps so many of our competitors. Fraser Valley Fire Protection, Gravity Design Studio, Motorway Fabrication, Ultramotive entry for the 29-year-old from Abbotsford. And as I said, folks, that could have been a lot worse. You might think it's not feasible after something like that, but let's hope they can get it back together for the main event. Same thing down trackside. Again, Al Stanley, good luck to you and the crew. Hopefully we can get you out there for the feature as well. Red flag conditions here in the midget heat race. Again, race fans, this 4th annual Fred Rannard Senior Open Wheel Classic is brought to you by Brian's Auto Glass in Abbotsford, by Leslie and Bob McKellar up in Peachland, by Paul Tron of Tron Fabrication of Langley. Hi, Paul, I know you're watching, probably with Doug Roots, as we said, back and forth between this race and the World of Outlaws in Dodge City, Kansas. The Willison family, thank you. Matt Stevenson says thank you for the $100 for Fast Time. $50 each night for Vintage Racers. Sean Holbert, Sean and the Dirt Racing Podcast, watching down in Everett, Washington. Patty Bennett for the trophies. Chris Timer, RT Motorsports President, CEO. The Woodsky family, all of them, for their hard work helping us this weekend in the pits, the pit concession. Tracy, thank you. And Karen, thank you as well. Finish line photos, $100 to John Wills last night for 5th place in the main event. $100 to tonight's vintage main event winner from Finish line photos. Dolly's Tees, $100 to the midgets that finish 4th, 5th, and 6th in the main event. It'll be a 50, 30, 20 breakdown. Race fans, look at this. He's driving it away after that. It's true, says Kurt Engel. It's true. Again, that could have been a real nasty set of circumstances. Able to drive it away. Now, will he drive it to the pits, or will he actually try and restart? You know what? He might as well go to the pits, have him take a quick look at it, because he's going to the back of the pack either way. So, my advice to Super Matt would be head in there, have the crew take a quick look. Everything looks good, send them back out. If not, save it for the feature. Also, a big thank you again to all of our good friends at Vancouver Giants Hockey this year. Like all of our great sponsors, so many of them, they've been with us since day one. Contingency Awards this year, again brought to you by Speedmart in Burlington, Washington, by Joe's Racing Products in Everett, Washington, and by Shane Harding at Harding Motorsports Supply. All proud sponsors of the 4th annual Fred Rannard Sr. Open Wheel Classic. And our Agassiz season sponsors, 89.5 The Drive, Classic Hits, Merton GM in Chilliwack, Harrison Agassiz Chamber of Commerce, Gardner GM in Hope, Brian's Auto Glass, Finish Line Traffic Markings, Hold On Speed Mart, Derek Lewis, Rob Crickemeyer at your service. Hi guys, rockauto.com, Jiffy Lube, Instaglass, Everclear Metal Recycling, Burden Propane, Agassiz Ready Mix, Armstrong Sand and Gravel, Timbro Contracting, and all the other sponsors you see around the track and on the cars. We thank them for their support. And all the great sponsors on our new Agassiz ambulance. Top Fox Landscaping, Shop 55, Brian's Auto Glass, Budget Auto Center, Extreme Dreams Automotive, All Trans Transmission, Hub Fire Engines, SN Transport, Edmunds Batteries, RPM Alignment, Kinetic Signs, Harding Forklift, and Hope Auto Body. So as Tony Bachhoven likes to say at the Knoxville Raceway in Knoxville, Iowa, Darrell England, we re-rack them, we restack them. We'll try it again. Blackjack Brian Brown and Ian Madsen on the front row. Oh, hold on a minute. No, that's at Knoxville. We're here at Agassiz. Rockin' Ronnie Jones and Quick Rick McKinney. Knoxville, unfortunately, had to cancel the rest of their season amidst this craziness. 7 cars, 10 laps. We're green. Oh, be careful, guys. 3 wide. Be careful. What a race for the lead. Race fans, are you kidding me? The kid is in front. 16 years old, his first ever race at Agassiz. Levi Klatt picking right up where his dad left off last night. Hasn't raced on the pavement since his quarter midget days, the LQMA. Aaron Fell second, Troy Globe is third. We're working lap 4. I can hear all his friends cheering from Western Washington. Friends from Deming. Levi Klatt, Aaron Fell. Speaking of Deming, both these guys, former Deming Speedway champions on the dirt, running on the pavement with us here this weekend. Fell looks to the inside. Klatt says no. Globe there in third, knocking on the door like a kid at Halloween. Globe looks low underneath Fell. Fell says no. 6 down, 4 to go. Can this kid win this thing? Leadfoot Levi Klatt, 3 laps away from a win. His dad won here last night in the heat race. Can Levi do it? He's opened up a couple of car links on Fell. Globe is still there. 2 to go. This would be unbelievable. Toss a blanket over the top 3. It's only a heat race, but this is massive. White flag for Klatt. 1 to go. Fell and Globe right there. Down the backstretch. Into 3 of a 4. He did it. Klatt wins. Klatt wins. Klatt wins over Fell and Globe. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, that is one of the biggest wins in Agassiz Speedway heat race history. Before last night, that car had never raced on the pavement. His dad raced it last night. He hadn't raced here in over 5 years. He did a great job and won his heat. Levi Klatt had never raced at Agassiz before tonight, and he just won, leading all 10 laps in convincing fashion. Give it up for the kid out of Langley, Leadfoot, Levi. Third generation driver. As I said, Jeremiah and Dolly both raced here for a long time. Mini stocks, midgets, and Dolly's dad, Jeremiah's granddad, Ron Pringle, used to race at Langley. That's quite a story right there, folks. Jeremiah Franklin last night, Levi Klatt tonight, the Chilliwack Ford, Reg Valiant Racing, Dolly's Tees, Kershaw Performance Beast. He was racing in Edmonton, Alberta at the Castrol Raceway 1 week ago, racing and winning here at Agassiz this evening. High drama in a heat race as the band plays Who'da Thunk It. Can you hear them playing? Listen to the music. The trombones, the trumpets. Who'da Thunk It? Klatt wins, Klatt wins, Klatt wins. First of two for the Vintage Racers. And a couple more 10 lappers. As we said, the main events will be 30 each tonight. The 09 in the 1999 Eagle out of Carameus, Pat Lawrence. The number 65 car, the gorgeous 1979 Roger Beck built USAC Champ car, the 62-year-old from Coquitlam, my good friend JK Jeff Kennedy. To the inside of row number 2, it is the number 93 car. The 1980 Belfiore offset, super modified. Regularly driven by Johnny White. That's J.F. Lunray for the very first time behind the wheel. And car number 21, 1993 Belfiore, the 76-year-old out of Vernon is John Wills. And we're green again. Ten laps. Pat Lawrence, Karamias, leading Jeff Kennedy, Coquitlam. John Wills and J.F. Lanier. 3 laps complete. Again, the red 93 car, normally driven, and it is owned by Johnny White. Lanier behind the wheel for the first time. We will be halfway this time by. Five down, 5 to go. Pat Lawrence, first night in the 09 car. Not too shabby, my friend. Kennedy still second. Wills and Lanier. This time by, it'll be 8 in the books and 2 to go. Here they come. Here comes the white flag. 1 lap to go for the 09, 65, 21, and 93. Down the backstretch, final turn, final time for the first time. Pat Lawrence wins at Agassiz. Jeff Kennedy second, John Wills third, and Lanier in fourth. Race fans, he had never driven that car before today. 68 years young from Karamias. Give it up for Pat Lawrence. Nice job. And as we said, the 93 J.F. Lanier driving the Johnny White car out of a Soyuz. He is one of the stars of Rust Valley Restorers that you can see on a regular basis on the Discovery and History channels. And we welcome him to Agassiz Speedway for the first time. He's raced a little bit up at Penticton and Vernon, hit to pass and street stock racing. J.F. Lanier out of a Soyuz, British Columbia, Canada. Race fans, this is not only the last heat race of the night, it's the last heat race of the weekend. 2 30-lap features coming up after this, so don't you dare go anywhere. We will have a little break after this. Chance for those of you watching at home to go grab another beverage, whatever kind of beverage you're drinking. I'll just keep it simple. Just a bottle of Coors Light or Miller Lite, it's fine. But of course, we wait till after the race, being the semi-professionals that we try to be up here in the broadcast booth at Agassiz Speedway. I'm Fred Rannard Jr. So glad you could join us all weekend. Karen scoring, James making sure our live feed PA system is all working good. What do you think, folks? You ready for one more of these? Are you ready for one more? No, this is not a trophy dash, but it's the same 4 cars earlier. On the pole, the 83 Langley Tyson Cross. 15 Kelowna Bill Lawrence. Second quick 92 Abbotsford the Flying Dutchman. Warmerdam not in fast time both nights. Colleton Matt Stevenson. 4 cars, 10 laps this time. Bill Lawrence, again, every time he taps those brakes, you can see the smoke entering one, and it'll probably happen again right there. There it is, you see. Just a little puff of smoke as he taps the brakes. It's all Okanagan up front. Kelowna, Colleton, Lawrence, Stevenson. Then it's Langley and Abbotsford, Cross, and Warmerdam. 2 separate races going on out there. Which one do you watch? Halfway home in this one. What a race up front. Bill Lawrence, Matt Stevenson, side by side with 3 to go. As we said, this is just the teaser. Imagine all of them out together a little bit later. 2 to go now. Still Lawrence, still Stevenson. Cross and Warmerdam. Darrell will wave the doctor's coat. You know, the white coat the doctors wear when they come into the room to see you. 1 to go. Drive it like you stole it time for the leaders. Side by side, it'll be a drag race, NHRA style to the finish. And a photo finish by 1/1000th of a second. Your winner out of Kelowna, the 15, Bill Lawrence. Stevenson second, but not by much. Warmerdam, Cross. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, if you're here in person, if you're at home watching, give it up for the vintage racers. I almost don't like calling them vintage racers because I don't think it gives them enough credit. A lot of the time, you know, the old-time racers, they're just old guys in old cars kind of putting on an exhibition. Sometimes they even predetermine the results. That is absolutely, positively the furthest thing from the truth with all of these guys. They race, and they race hard. How about it again for all of them here tonight, race fans? And as we said, the best is yet to come. 30 laps for the midgets and 30 laps for those guys as we get set to wrap up our final night until next week, which reminds me to remind you, we're back at it next Saturday night, September 19th. Again, 2 sessions, afternoon and evening. Street stocks, mini stocks, Hornets, and yes, the mighty midgets next Saturday. Right back here at Agassiz. Make plans to join us. Again, just checking in on the live chat. It's just so cool to see everybody watching. A shout out from Winnipeg, Manitoba, to John Wills, the driver of the 21 car, from your son Brian, watching 76-year-old dad race and race hard. Brian watching in Winnipeg. Thanks for tuning in, Brian Wills. Watching his dad, John Wills, and Bob Wills is probably tuning in. I think he's up in Fort St. John, working away. Bob Wills, as we said, the patriarch of the West Coast Vintage Racers. He single-handedly owns about 20 of these cars, bases them out of Kamloops, and basically looks around for drivers, some of them active in other classes, some of them retired, to race these wild and funky racing machines. Dave Wright, Nugget, congratulations on a great race today, man. Led most of the dwarf car feature, got passed by Mike Ruddy as they took the white flag. Still a great second place finish, Dave. But what a performance. And yeah, Dave, it is, looking at these vintage racers, aren't they something? So we had so many stories to tell with the cars and the drivers. One person here yesterday, he was kind of like, I don't know, kind of a hippie guy you might have seen back in the 70s, you know, with the ponytail. And, you know, I think he drove a VW van. All he said was, Rob Krickemeyer. Hey, Rob Krickemeyer. Guy here yesterday, as I say, he was like a hippie from the 70s. West Coast Vintage Racers yesterday. He sees them here for the first time. All he said to me was, that's quite the scene, man. It's true, isn't it? Offset, super modifieds, sprint cars, driven by drivers like Davey and Kenny Hamilton, and World of Outlaw NASCAR driver Dave Blaney here at Agassiz Speedway. Just incredible stuff. As we said, so many great stories to tell. Okay, race fans, if you have anything at all to do right now, grab a bite to eat, grab a drink. If you're at home, go get yourself another beverage. As we said, keep it simple for me, Coors Light, but I'll save it for after the race. Little boys' room, little girls' room, go do it right now, because the final races of the weekend, a pair of 30-lap features are coming up. They both last night went non-stop, flag to flag. You don't want to miss it. That's what's next as we get set to wrap up day number 2 of the 4th annual Fred Rannard Senior Open Wheel Classic, live from Agassiz Speedway. Main events next. Well, race fans, we talked about a race here next Saturday. It is, as of about 10 minutes ago, for the first time in many years, we will be racing here in the month of October. Mark it down right now. Thanksgiving weekend. Yes, we'll be serving up turkey and mashed potatoes and stuffing, and I'd like some carrots and peas as well mixed together with that, pumpkin pie for dessert. Oh, it's going to be fun. As we said, folks, we just finalized it a bit ago, October 10th and 11th. That'll be Saturday and Sunday. It's going to be the Bolt On Speed Parts sponsored Street Stock 125. 120 laps for the street stocks, and we're going to have cars and stars from all over British Columbia, and that'll be Saturday night. And then Sunday, we'll be back with mini stocks, Hornets, midgets, and street stocks as well. So again, Thanksgiving weekend, Saturday and Sunday, October 10th and 11th, the Bolt On Speed Parts, easy for me to say. She sells seashells by the seashore. 125 laps for the street stocks, again, on Thanksgiving weekend, Saturday, and then Sunday, back with more great racing. Derek Lewis, come on in here, Derek, in the street stock division here, in a number of different cars, but he's won a couple of races already here this year. He and Rob Krickemeyer run Bolt On Speed Parts. And Derek, this is great news. We got racing in October.
Yes, it is. Finally, Thanksgiving weekend, we'll try a 125.
Turkey and pumpkin pie and great racing all together, huh?
Yeah, well, we've had not much of a racing year, so let's try to take it right to the very end.
Oh, man, that's awesome. You're sponsoring it, but I know you're going to want to win it.
I'm going to try.
All right, thanks, man. We look forward to it already.
Yeah, it's going to be fun. It's 125 laps, and we'll see how it works out.
All right, folks, again, you heard it here. Again, breaking news on the Agassiz Speedway YouTube channel. We're going racing at Thanksgiving, baby. As we welcome you back to Agassiz Speedway here in Agassiz, British Columbia. If you're new to watching our races, watching online from far and away, we're about an hour and a half east of Vancouver, BC, about 45 minutes from the British Columbia-Washington state border, where we have had some smoke from the forest fires the last couple of days. Noticeable but not terrible here in this area, but it has been very nasty as you head west towards Vancouver. As we said, Vancouver experiencing some of the worst air quality ever the last couple of days, and all of that smoke coming up from Washington, Oregon, and California. And as we said at the top of the broadcast earlier tonight, our thoughts and prayers, and last night, we've been talking about it a lot, thoughts and prayers with all of our friends down in Washington, Oregon, and California. We hope you are safe at home. We hope your homes and businesses are safe. Midgets for 30 laps in the vintage racers. For 30, we told you that Brad Keselowski won in Richmond, Virginia tonight. Still waiting for a result from Dodge City, Kansas in the World of Outlaws. Last night it was Jacob Allen. First World of Outlaw win, and we know if it's not Sean Holbert, it'll be Doug Roots or maybe Brandon Hamilton that will let us know. Maybe they're not finished yet. Sean Holbert just checking on live right now. Sean in the Dirt Racing Podcast. If you want all the latest news and information on the Northwest open wheel scene, pavement, dirt, mostly dirt, but pavement as well. Sean was here with us last year. Got us live on RBN, the Racing Boys Broadcasting Network. Sean just letting us know that Sam Hafertepe just defeated Roger Crockett for the ASCS victory tonight. And again, Sean or Brandon or Dougie Roots or Paul Tarrant, if that outlaw race in Dodge City, Kansas is over, let us know. Told you the story when I was there a number of years ago. Rob Kirkemeyer, I was waiting in the winner's circle for the interview after an outlaw race, waiting for Sammy Swindell to come out front, and I'm waiting and I'm waiting and I'm waiting. Next thing I knew, they pushed Steve Kinser to the winner's circle. Sammy had come up 1 pound light of the minimum weight, so I had to focus from one of the greatest of all time to the greatest of all time. It's been a privilege and an honor for me to have traveled a lot over the years. Shows that I'm getting a little bit old now. All over the two greatest countries in the world, Canada and the USA, to broadcast our great sport, dirt, pavement, stock cars, sprint cars. As long as we're going in circles and turning left, it is so much fun. And we have some of our best friends in all the world, thanks to the sport of auto racing. And not just get a chance to announce these races, but spend time with some of these guys, you know, away from the track and get to know them, whether it's the Kinsers or the Swindells or Tony Stewart or Casey Kane or even Kyle Larson a couple of years ago, more than a couple now. Back in 2011, he raced with our Northwest Speed Week down in Oregon and Washington before he was a superstar. Well, not so good news from the pit area. We've had 2 scratches from the midget main event. Al, it'll be the number 38 machine, Al Stanley, is scratched with engine problems, as has the 19 of Matt Glenn. Remember, he got involved in that incident in turn 3 onto his side earlier. So the guy that finished second in this race behind Troy Globe a year ago, unfortunately, Matt Glenn and Al Stanley will not compete in this one. Sad to hear that, guys. So we will have, it looks like 7 starters. Yesterday we had 10. We had 9 here tonight. 7 will start the feature. All right, more updates thanks to Sean in the dirt, but first it's Kevin Pohl up in Osoyoos. Watching. Kevin, wishing you were here, my friend. And the Outlaw race is over in Dodge City, Kansas. The second generation superstar, Sheldon Hudenschild, with the win over the law firm of Parker Price Miller in Dodge City, Kansas, which is if you put your finger right on the middle of America, Dodge City, Kansas. For those of you scoring with us, Dave, Terry, Willison. I don't think Ryan and Aaron are scoring with us. By the way, mentioning the Willison family, how proud are we of Aaron Willison and what he's accomplished? You know, it doesn't seem that long ago. He was racing here. It wasn't that long ago in mini stocks, winning championships. Dave Balkwell, Aaron Willison, racing here in mini stocks and then midgets, winning championships, and now one of the best pavement sprint car drivers around. A few warm-up laps before we turn them loose for real. Again, give them a chance to warm up the engines, warm up the tires before we turn them loose. 37, Delta, Quick Rick McKinney, the 7. Ron Jones, 03, Chilliwack's Brady Rogers, 77. What a story. The 16-year-old of Langley, Leadfoot, Levi Klatt. The 9S, the winner last night, Abbotsford's Tom Sawyer, Sawyer Lind. The 15 of Aaron Fell, Abbotsford. And the 11, Worldwide, Troy Globe. Again, so many of our friends down in Washington State and the Deming Speedway, they are cheering on in this one. Levi Klatt. They are cheering on Aaron Fell. They are cheering on Sawyer Lind, watching all over the world here tonight, folks. 30 laps the distance for the midgets. The second to final race of the night. Let them hear you. Troy Globe at the back is your fast qualifier. He swept both nights here a year ago, but he didn't win last night. Sawyer Lind did. But he has won 10 of the last 12 races here at Agassiz. 30 laps. Oh, that's not a good start. You gotta be side by side and wheel to wheel, not wing to wing. Almost said wing to wing. Habits are hard to break, so we re-rack and restack. Gotta be side by side, wheel to wheel. When I get to that white line right across the middle of the track in turns 3 and 4. So we'll try it again. 7 cars for 30 laps. Drivers as young as 16, Clant the 77, and a gentleman on the pole, the 37 car of Rick McKinney, 66 years young. Not many other sports when you can say that, folks. Here we go. Ron Jones to the early lead. Again, 3 wide on the backstretch, guys. Be careful. Can't win it on the first lap, but you can sure lose it. Jones, Clant, Lind, 1, 2, 3. Early, very early. Globe, Rogers, Fell, McKinney. Globe into third already from the back. Troy Globe wasting no time, maneuvering his way like the veteran driver that he is, now challenging for second. Toss a blanket over those top 3 right here, right now on a Saturday in East Fraser Valley. 3 wide into turn 1. He just got the 2-for-1 deal. Troy Globe, your new race leader in less than 5 laps. Levi Clant running second. Jones and Lind race for third. Fell, Rogers, McKinney. Globe, as usual, hooked up and hauled the mail around the 20. Trouble, turn 2. Oh, Jones and Lind got together. They straightened things out. Boy, that was close. Working lap 8 now of 30. Globe already 10, 15 car lengths over the incredible Levi Clant. If you joined us late, his first race ever here at Agassiz. First time back on the pavement since his quarter midget days with LQMA. Dad drove the car last night. The car had never been on the pavement before last night. It's an incredible story. Lind third, Jones, Fell, Rogers, McKinney. 10 complete this time, 20 to go. I'm not going to say anything about him checking out of his hotel. I've used that one too many times this weekend so far, Sean Holbert. So we'll put that one on the shelf till next weekend. But, you know what I'm talking about. You know how I roll. I'll just say Globe's got a big lead. Clat still a solid second. He's got a big lead on third place. Sawyer Lind. Jones, Fell, Rogers, McKinney still as we approach halfway. Globe in his own postal code. If you're watching from south of the border, Troy Globe's in his own zip code. Zip codes down south, postal codes up here. If you're talking on the phone, area codes, the same scenario. Whether you're up here or down there, he's on rails. Troy Globe, as he usually is, trying to win for an incredible 11th time in the last 13 Agassiz midget races. Numbers that are staggering in any of our 5 classes in the history, the 50-year history of this racetrack. Still Globe, Clat, Lind, Fell, Jones, your top 5. Rogers and McKinney. $19 complete. That gorgeous red, white, and black 11 car not only goes fast, but it looks good as he crosses the stripe right now. 20 complete, 10 to go. It's pretty much all academic now, barring any mechanical failure. Globe still Klatt second. And as we said, Globe's got a half a lap on Klatt. Klatt's got the same distance back to third, Lind. The race is for third between Sawyer Lind and Aaron Fell. That's the best race on the track right now. Ron Jones is fifth, Rogers and McKinney as we work lap 23. Yeah, I'm just going to watch this battle for third. Sawyer Lind, the 9S. Aaron Fell, the 15. Both from Abbotsford. Lind, the youngster. Fell, the veteran. Jones, not far behind. Lurking, waiting in the weeds maybe. 5 laps to go for Worldwide. Troy Globe. He won both nights last year. He was second here last night, running on 3 cylinders. Looking to go 3 for 4 in Dad's race here the last 2 years. Globe and Klatt way out front. Still Lind over Fell. And Jones and Rogers and McKinney. $28 complete, 2 to go for Worldwide. He's got a whole bunch of traffic in front of him. I would advise him not to deal with it. Don't worry about it, Troy Globe. You're that far out in front. White flag, 1 to go. Klatt still an incredible second. Down the back straightaway. For the 11th time in the last 13 Agassiz midget races, Globe wins, Globe wins, Globe wins. Levi Klatt in his first ever race here. An incredible, I say incredible second place run. Sawyer Lind, another great finish for third as Brody Rogers spins wildly across the finish line. Fell second, Jones fell fourth, Jones fifth, Rogers and McKinney. Race fans, last night, 30 laps in just under 7 minutes. Tonight, 30 laps in about 7.5 minutes. Winning for the 11th time in the last 13 Agassiz midget races. Troy Globe, your winner over Leadfoot, Levi, and Tom Sawyer, Sawyer Lind. How about it for all of the West Coast Focus midgets tonight and this weekend? All right, folks, top 3 photos and a couple of interviews and high fives all around in the winner's circle. Troy Globe, Leadfoot, Levi, Sawyer Lind. Photos, trophies, and interviews coming up, but don't you dare go anywhere. One more for the vintage racers and another 30. And thanks for your patience, folks, amidst all of this. Got to capture the moments while we can. It's just like you see on TV on Sundays, all the photos, and some with sponsors, some with crew. And we'll get the top three all together, Troy, Globe, Dad, Brian, and the rest of the crew. Okay, folks, again, thanks for your patience. Top 3 in the midgets, all great friends and all guys that we've got to know so well. We'll start with third place tonight. The winner here last night, Sawyer. The win last night, third tonight. Awesome weekend. Congratulations. Your thoughts right now?
I'm happy. I said it before, we usually have issues whenever we come to Agassiz, at least with this dirt car. So to be in the top 3 both nights and get a win, I'm stoked with that.
Yeah, you told me last night off air, that win last night in a dirt car on the pavement against this competition, that might have been your biggest win.
Definitely one of them, yeah, it was pretty special.
Well, do you want to thank?
Said it last night, Doug Roots helped us out with our fuel system the other day. One of the reasons why our car is actually running. So big thanks to him, thanks to my dad and everyone else that helps us out.
Awesome job, and how cool to know that so many of our friends down in Washington State that have watched all 3 of you race a lot on the dirt down there, able to not be here in person, but still take advantage of the opportunity and watch it online. That's pretty cool knowing they're all watching down there, huh?
Yeah, it's cool. Yeah, shame they can't be up here with us, but it's next best thing, I guess.
Nice job, buddy.
Thank you.
When's your next race? Do you know next week you're going to be here?
If there's a race here, we'll think about it.
All right, you know, think about it. You'll be here. Sawyer Lynn race fans, the former Agassiz champ, the winner here tonight. Leadfoot Levi, come on in here, buddy. This is an incredible story. An incredible story. As we said, Dad drove the car last night. The car had never been on pavement before. This young man had never raced on pavement before since his LQMA days, and he'd never raced here at Agassiz. He wins his heat race in convincing fashion, second in the main event. 16 years old, Levi, can you believe what's happened here today?
Honestly, no. I was hoping to be as fast as my dad, not expecting to be. I definitely thought he was going to be faster.
So what were you expecting coming into tonight? Top 5, top 3? What were you expecting?
I was hoping for a top 5 and definitely surpassed that. And yeah.
Mom and Dad both have raced here a lot. How much advice did they give you going into this?
A lot. Quite.
And how helpful was it?
Very helpful, honestly. It's 75, actually no, more 90% of what I did out there was advice from them.
Who else do you want to thank?
I want to say a huge thank you to Chilliwack Ford, Reg Valiant, Marshall Motorsports, Kershaw Performance Engines, Steve Van Meel, Ray Jones, Mom, Dad. Oh yeah, Mower Man. I already did, Mom.
and like I said to Sawyer and Troy, how cool is it to know that all of our great friends down in Washington that unfortunately couldn't be here are able to be watching tonight and cheering you guys on?
Oh, it's amazing to know that. And
what do you want to say to all of them?
Thanks for tuning in, everybody. I hope it was a good show. And we definitely miss you. I miss going to Deming and Skagit and all those tracks, and I miss being down there.
Third generation driver again. Your grandfather, Dolly's dad, used to race at Langley, and not many drivers out there can say that both Dad and Mom raced, and just great to call all of you guys friends as well as competitors. And are you guys bringing this car back here next week, or have you even thought about that yet?
We actually aren't sure. First I missed one person. I missed Company 22. I got to thank them a lot. And
down in Washington.
Yeah, they're from Washington, and I got to thank all of the track for putting all this together and putting on a great show.
I got a sneaking feeling the 77 car will be here next Saturday. Young man, a pleasure to watch you race all through the years, whether it's been Deming and up in Edmonton last week or down here at Agassiz. This is a night we're not going to soon forget for a while, is it?
I don't think I'm going to forget this one for a long time.
All right, congratulations. We hope to see you back. I'm planning on seeing you guys back here next Saturday. Congratulations, Levi Klatt.
Thank you so much, Fred.
Levi, second place in the feature at a heat win. Worldwide, Troy Globe. Worldwide, Troy Globe, come on in here, buddy. 11 out of the last 13 now at Agassiz in a midget. Now 3 of the last 4 here the last 2 years. But this one this year, these last 2 nights, was a little tougher.
Oh man, like we struggled right from the get-go. We had a decent time in yesterday, and then right into the first set of heats, we dropped a cylinder, dropped 2 cylinders. So we're chasing it, trying to go through the fuel system, trying to find what it was. The first time ended up being the plug wire. So we figured that out early this morning. So we were prepared to do a full top end on this thing. We brought so many parts here because like there's no way we're not going to put our full effort into the Rannard, right? But yeah, we got lucky there, and then timed in really well. Then we started having issues again. Looks like that the fuel system was plugged up this time, so just kept purging the fuel system. It came around in the main. We got lucky. Basically, I just tried to get out in front and get going before anything bad happened, and it did start to drop coming out of the corner again. So, I mean, I think the timing was just with me tonight. So,
a lot of sponsors, a lot of them that have been with you for a long time, Troy.
Oh yeah, well, Brian's Glass, our shop in Abbotsford. I mean, you know how many nights we've spent, late nights working on cars in the shop. All small engine repair. That's Dave. Dave's been with us for the last at least 5 years and pulling wrenches and helping out, and he's done a great job, and he's been a great help. So I really appreciate him with us. And hub fire engines, anything that we've ever asked for from those guys, including our pit cart, they build it. They're the best in the world at making fire engines, and they do all kinds of race car parts too now. So yeah, what else we got?
I think you pretty much got him covered. I got to ask you about this now. Just a human interest story. Of course, born and raised in Abbotsford, but you moved here to Agassiz. You've been an Agassiz resident for a couple of weeks. How's that going so far?
I love it. The people out here are just great. Everybody's so friendly and really inviting. Yeah, we just moved a few weeks ago. It was either I could afford a dirty old van by the river in Abbotsford or afford a nice house in Agassiz. So, here I am in beautiful Agassiz, right?
Troy, as we said, 11 out of the last 13 here at Agassiz, 3 of the last 4 at Dad's race the last 2 years. Congratulations again to you, Dad, and the whole crew, and thanks for Brian's Auto Glass and your support of this event every year.
Absolutely, and we're always looking forward to this race. This is the one that means the most to us, being here at the Rannard, and we'll move mountains to be here every year because this is the one that we want to support the most.
Congratulations, my friend.
Thanks a lot.
All right, folks, Troy Globe, the champion again, back-to-back 2019 and 2020. Folks, stay with us. I know you will. 30 laps for the Vintage Racers coming right up.
Ready? So you take this off while I'm going to do this. England's getting the photo. Don't
for the second night in a row, for the fourth year in a row. My younger brother, Rob Rannard, joins Daryl Pareko high atop the racing surface. Daryl will pass the green flag to my brother in a few moments, and he will wave it to start this, the final race of the night, the final race of the weekend. As we wrap it up, what should be another good one on the pole. The 09 car out of Karamias, Pat Lawrence. The 65 filling in for Jeff Kennedy. It is Murray Jones. I repeat, Murray Jones out of Chilliwack in the 65 car. He raced the dwarf car this afternoon. He drives the vintage tonight for Jeff Kennedy. 93 in the Johnny White car. Again, J.F. Lanier out of Osoyoos in the Johnny White 93. The 21, the 76-year-old out of Vernon, is John Wills. The 21, the 83, the winner last night, the winner both nights last year. Can he make it 4 straight? Tyson Cross out of Langley. The 83 car. Of course, normally races the 09 at Deming, formerly Skagit, the Northern Sprint Tour, NSRA. Back in Dad's old number 83 with the vintage cars. The 15, the veteran Bill Lawrence out of Kelowna. And the 92, Abbotsford's Dean Warmerdam, second fastest tonight. Again, Warmerdam, the 92, and starting at the back for the second night in a row, because for the second night in a row, he's your fast qualifier. He finished second behind Tyson Cross last night and last year on the Friday night out of Caledon, Matt Stevenson. That is your starting lineup for our final race of the night, then our final race of the weekend. 2, 4, 5, 6 sprint cars and 2 Jim Belfiore built offset super modifieds. Hey Agassiz, you know what time it is? Of course you do. Everyone here and everyone at home, we want everybody up on your feet. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, second and final night of the 4th annual Fred Rannard Senior Open Wheel Classic. This is your Vintage Racer feature main event. Let them hear ya. Daryl passes the green flag to my brother Rob. The lights are turned off as they get the 1 to go signal. Time to batten down the hatches. Somebody quickly lock the door. Things are gonna get wild. Rob Rannard waves the green flag in dramatic fashion. We are green for 30 at Agassiz. And the question, of course, can Cross win his 4th straight? He's battling for the lead right now on the inside with Bill Lawrence on the top side of the racetrack. Always tougher to manhandle those race cars, whatever kind of cars they are. When you're in the top groove, you really got to have those elbows up. Just underway here in this 30-lapper, just before 10 o'clock. West Coast time. If you're watching from back east, thanks for staying up late, 1 in the morning to watch this one. We are probably the last race happening in all of North America right now, unless they're racing in Alaska or Hawaii. Completing lap number 4, it's Bill Lawrence. The 15, Stevenson, all the way from the back. He has got to second place in 5 laps. Crosses third. Warmerdam is fourth. Murray Jones in the 65 car. Pat Lawrence, John Wills, and Lanier. The race is for the lead. Lawrence from Kelowna. Stevenson from Caledon. It's an Okanagan battle up front. And then Cross at Warmerdam, Langley against Abbotsford. Just like we had earlier tonight in the Trophy Dash and in their heat race. It's the 4 fastest qualifiers battling up front. As we said earlier, it's not just the sights, it's the sounds of our great sport that make it so exciting. Again, I'll just let you listen for another lap or two. Got to jump right back on the mic here because the leaders are in some traffic. Trying to get around those 2 offset super modifieds. Wills and Lanier. Stevenson, the 9N. Lawrence, the 15. Bobbing and weaving. Shucking and jiving their way through the traffic. Now Cross and Warmerdam have to do the same thing. Nice job by Wills and Lanier holding their groove on the bottom of the racetrack to allow the faster cars to go by. Nice job, gentlemen. Stevenson, now your leader. Before we hit the halfway mark, Matt Stevenson, second here last night. Second here last year on the Friday night. The winner in Penticton earlier this year is your leader. A lot of laps here in a late model stock car, but not many in a sprint car. But he is your leader, Matt Stevenson. Lawrence still second in the 15. Cross third, Warmerdam fourth. We're just past halfway in this 30-lap feature. We've said it a lot this weekend. We don't have the quantity of cars in this class, but we sure got the quality. We're going to have over 20 of them here next year. I promise you that. As we're coming up on 10 laps to go here in another lap. Bill Lawrence hanging right with the 9N of Stevenson, still definitely within striking distance as they work the traffic down the backstretch. Matt Stevenson, Bill Lawrence, both of them in their careers have raced sprint cars and stock cars. Warmerdam around Cross now in the third. Cross fourth. Murray Jones driving for Jeff Kennedy in fifth. Pat Lawrence, Lanier, and Wills with 7 laps to go. 7 to go as your leaders cross the stripe. 23 in the books. And again, race fans, Bill Lawrence still has the 9N in his sights. As Stevenson, again, coming up on the lap car of Lanier, gets by on the inside this time with 5 to go, 5 laps to go, 5 separating Stevenson from his first vintage car victory here in Agassiz. With 4 to go, Stevenson, Lawrence, Warmerdam. Cross and Murray Jones. 3 to go now. So we keep our eyes on the leaders down the backstretch. Make it 2 to go for the 9N. Colleton, British Columbia's Matt Stevenson. Still leading Kelowna's. Oh, trouble! Oh, no! Your leader tangles with a lap car. Can he limp home with 1 to go? There's damage to the lead car. Can he hang on for the final lap? Got together with the 09. Here comes Lawrence down the backstretch. High drama on the final lap. Into 3.5 of 4. Here they come. A drag race to the finish. Stevenson hangs on. Barely. Oh, my goodness. Good thing for him there wasn't another lap. Stevenson over Lawrence. Warmerdam. Cross. Jones. Pat Lawrence. Lanier and John Wills. Race fans, it was almost a tragic turn of events for Matt Stevenson in the waning laps, coming together with the 09 car. Oh my goodness. Somehow he gathered it all back together and barely held on over Lawrence. Race fans, it ain't over till it's over. You just never know. How about it for all of these great race car drivers? Boy, we got to head down there. I want to check the condition of this 9N because I don't know, folks, how many more laps it could have gone. It might have been able to go a few more laps, but not at that same great rate of speed. Bill Lawrence was right there, as we always say, knocking on the door like a kid at Halloween time. And boy, it was so close. Dean Warmerdam, we need you back out front. What a great race for third place he had with Tyson Cross. Ends up fourth. Murray Jones, a great ride. Filling in for Jeff Kennedy in the 65 car. Pat Lawrence, J.F. Lanier, a tip of the cap to you, my friend. And John Wills. 3 more interviews, 3 more trophy presentations before we bid you good night. If you do have to head for the exits right now, folks, thank you on behalf of my entire family and all of us at Agassiz Speedway for being a part of the action here this weekend. Like we said all along, amidst all the negativity and craziness in the world, we're so nice to be able to break away from it here this weekend. And don't forget, fans, we're back here racing next Saturday night, afternoon session and an evening session. Hornets, mini stocks, street stocks, and midgets. Time to head trackside for interviews and trophies for your top 3. Stay with us. All right, Matt Stevenson, come on over here, my friend. Well, race fans, here he is, your winner out of Caledon, Matt Stevenson. He's won here before in a late model stock car, but Matt, this is your first win here in one of these open wheel racing machines. Tell us about those final laps and the contact in turn 3 with the 09.
Yeah, you know, it's always fun out there racing. I don't know what to tell you other than this is the most fun you can have with your clothes on, right? Like, these cars are a blast to drive. Incidental contact with Pat, you know, I mean, no big deal, no harm, no foul. We live to race another day, you know, got the job done. Huge thanks. Bunch of people to thank here. Bob Wills, my wife Lisa, who has traveled with me for 26 years to every damn racetrack in North America, you know, in the Pacific Northwest. We've been everywhere racing. She comes every time. It's awesome. Thank you to Bill Lawrence, who towed me around to every damn track in the Pacific Northwest last year and is instrumental in getting me my first shot to drive one of these things. So thank you to him. Thank you to Pat Lawrence Contracting and everything they do to me. And let me tell you, this is awesome.
Very, very well spoken, my friend. Now, is there any damage to that 9N car that you can see?
No, if there is, it might be a bent wheel lip. No big deal.
But you didn't really know that after contact. Bill was not far behind you. How worried were you there for the final lap or two?
Let me tell you, after a contact like that, my first thing was to get my bearings and see where I landed and not hit the fence. And next thing was go into turn 3 and figure out if the frame rail's dragging or the right rear tire had air. But it had enough air and we got it done and it was awesome.
Final question I got to ask you, 'cause you and Bill both, not a lot of guys get to race different kinds of cars in their careers. You both raced a lot of stock cars. Now you're racing these wild machines. What's the big difference, especially on a track like Agassiz?
Well, I tell you what, these things are so fast. Anybody who has never tried a car like this, they're 650 horsepower. The things weigh just shy of 1,500 pounds. And let me tell you, they are like a caged beast and fun to drive.
Well, we got a big trophy for you. And you know what? I got another $50 for you from the Willisons. So that'll give you $100 total for fast time both nights. A main event win tonight. Congratulations, Matt. As we said, we've watched you race a lot through the years in both the stock cars and the sprint cars, and man, that was fun to watch. Nice job, my friend.
Well, thank you very much for having us.
Matt Stevenson, your winner. Bill Lawrence, come on over here, my friend. There you go, Matt. Bill, wow. Say, grew up watching you race at Langley in the #1 modified stock car. How much fun is this, these vintage cars?
Can't get any better. It's you got to drive these things totally different than the taxi cabs, I guess, when we race those. You know, it's just a blast, and the people, you know, the people we're racing with. I only made one mistake, and that was I got this Matt Stevens started on this thing, and he's been a pain in my ass for the last while. So I don't know, but we sure have a lot of fun.
Okay, this weekend, you come here Thursday in your number 11 car, and you're hauling around here hot lapping. You blow the engine, you get into a different car yesterday, the 9 car, in the 15 today. 3 different cars in 3 different nights. How tough is that?
Well, yesterday was tough, but today I've run this car. This is one of my first cars I got, and I love it. It's a short wheelbase. You got to drive it. You know, it's a driving car, and yeah, it's a lot of fun.
So even before the incident with Matt and the 09, you were within striking distance. After that happened, did you think that was your opportunity right there?
I was trying. I didn't know what happened, whether he was going to get a flat tire or what, but I thought I might have a little bit of a chance, but he recouped.
Anybody else you want to thank, Bill, before we let you go?
Well, all the people that help us put this together, you know, all the guys that race these things, they all help each other out. You know, I got my brother racing now. That's just a hoot to have, It's his 4th race, and he went out there and won the B heat. I mean, that's pretty good after never running a car like this before. And so it's a lot of fun.
Okay, again, final question. The difference between this and back in the day racing the late model stock car and the NASCAR Northwest Tour, apart from everything, what's the difference? The main difference?
Everything. No, these are a driving car. You have to be up on the wheel all the time with these cars. You know, competition is great. I mean, we're getting older and that, but we haven't lost our competition, and it's a great lot of fun.
And as we always say to guys like you and Marty White and Ralph Monet, we'll all be back here together next year. As I said, we promised these fans over 20 cars next year. How cool is it to come back here and reunite with so many of your old friends from the Langley Speedway days?
No, it brings back a lot of memories. I was back in '72 when I started in Langley, and we had a lot of fun back then too. It was with the open wheel cars and the people that we raced with. It was a ball.
Thanks for being here. Congratulations on the great run, and thank you for making the effort to bring 4 cars here this weekend to help put on a show. Bill Lawrence, nice job.
Thank you very much.
Bill Lawrence, race fans. Dino, come on over here. Another podium finish for Dean Warmerdam, and I didn't know which race to watch there for a long time. These two guys are you and Tyson, and it's just so much fun, isn't it?
Oh, it's unbelievable. I know Tyson's got the car under control, and you can stick your nose in there, and yeah, we had a lot of fun. And then I just thought enough of this and put the pedal to the floor. And
could you see much of what was going on ahead of you with these two guys?
I was concentrating on Tyson, and then after that, once I got around him, I missed Matt going airborne there a little bit. But
who all do you want to thank, Dean?
Ray Carter, my uncle Marty White, everybody here at Langley Speedway for letting us come out and have some fun this year, and Agassiz Speedway, just awesome, Langley, yeah. But I grew up watching Bill Lawrence and my uncle Marty White race, and then I traveled with Marty in the camera circuit and crew chief, or not crew chief, but worked on the crew and stuff. And then a couple of years ago, I went and watched Marty race down in Wenatchee. We got in this thing, and I said to him, I said, just like the old days, go to the races and watch Marty win the race. And we just got hooked, and that was it.
Like I said, we didn't have the quantity of cars. We knew we wouldn't with the situation the way it is in the world, but we sure had quality. And you know what? You mentioned all these names of Bob Wills and Marty White and Ralph Monet. We're all back here together next year, over 20 cars. We promised that, right?
Oh, I have no doubt. I have no doubt. So,
Dean, again, thanks so much for helping organize this, and always fun to watch the 92 car.
Great. Thank you very much.
Dean Warmerdam. Folks, we've still got trophy presentations, but we're going to sign off from the broadcast. So, guys, don't go anywhere yet. We got to do trophies and photos here. We're just going to say good night to our viewing audience. Folks, again, all of you watching online and here in attendance, thanks so much for being a part of it. The 4th annual Fred Rannard Senior Open Wheel Classic. It has been a pleasure to bring it to you. We do want to remind you, we're back racing here at Agassiz Speedway next Saturday night, September the 19th. Again, the afternoon session and the evening session. Hornets, mini stocks, street stocks, and midgets. 3 o'clock in the afternoon and 7 o'clock in the evening. Congratulations to all our winners and all the drivers here this weekend. It has been so much fun, as we said, amidst all the craziness in the world right now. So great to get away from it all for a couple of years, a couple of days, and we'll look forward to doing it bigger and better next year. Again, congratulations to everybody. Race fans, thanks so much for joining us now at this time. On behalf of all of us at the Agassiz Speedway, I'm Fred Rannard Jr. saying good night. We'll see you back here next Saturday.